morning. Good morning, Soweto. Morning, Johannesburg. Morning, property practitioners, managing agents, developers, attorneys in the house, banking associations. Thank you so much for coming to our stakeholder engagement here in Soweto. It's our first time as PPRA to be attending, and we are excited. We want to have discussions, we want to hear your questions, and we have experts from our department who are here today. They're going to educate us on transformation and how to register as a property practitioner, and also how to register as a managing agent. And we also have guest speakers today. They're going to discuss architect, they're going to discuss first home finance, they're going to discuss education on how it's going to benefit us as property practitioners, especially as you're transacting into the sector. So I know that we started a few minutes late because we were trying to give some people chances to come and join us so that they don't miss anything. Can I do housekeeping rules for now? When you go out, if you're looking for the restrooms, you'll be facing them. You turn right for the gentlemen's. If you need tea from 11:30, because we're going to break, you go straight and you turn right by the restaurant. That's where we're going to have our tea break. Without me wasting time, I want to introduce now our first speaker. Her name is Deli Nkambule. She's the Acting Transformation Manager at the PPRA, and she's going to take us through the Chapter 4 and the programs that we have within the entity. Welcome, Deli Nkambule.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Deli Nkambule, and I come from the Transformation Department. So we are going to speak transformation. I know that all of us, I know that all of us are interested in transformation, and as the PPRA, that is what we strive to do. So, you know, when we speak about transformation, we know that some people are not happy about it, but it's something that, as an entity, we have to carry out. And I think when you look at the real estate environment, you will notice that it's one of the classes of assets where everyone participates. It's used by the entire country, and it has a need for the entire country. And whether this need is in the commercial space, the industrial space, or the retail space, we all operate within the spaces. But what do we find? We find that our Black people are not represented, or there's a small representation of Black people within those spaces. And why is this so? Why do we still continue with such years after our democracy? When we look at a report by the South African Property Sector Charter, which was done in, I think, in 2022, it said that the value of the South African property sector is 5.8 trillion. But in that 5.8 trillion, there is a small representation of Black people. And why is this so? I hear people say that our Black people don't want to participate because this is a commission-based industry, that we are looking for fixed salaries. Where there's no fixed salaries, we're not going to participate. But I think this is wrong, because our Black people want to get involved in the sectors, whether it's through employment opportunities, whether it's entrepreneurship, or even just in the investment space. But they do find that there are a number of barriers to entry. And these barriers to entry manifest themselves in lack of skill, experience, qualification. As a result, it becomes difficult for our people to access markets. We know that when you operate in this industry, the only success that you will have is if you have access to markets, because that's what we need to have in order to be able to sell. So these are the barriers to entry that our people have. Having said that, However, we do know that there are black people who are qualified, who have the experience and have the skill, but still, they are not allowed to participate. And we need this industry to acknowledge that our black people have the knowledge and the skill, and that they must be given an opportunity to participate in the economy of South Africa. And as the PPRA, this is what we will drive to ensure that it is achieved through the programs that we have. And each and every year, as we continue to roll out these programs, we want to ensure that the output reflects the energy that we've put in these programs. We also find that some of our property practitioners, when they work for the big firms, they are very, very successful, but immediately they go on their own, they stop making business. Why? You ask the question, why do they stop making it once they go on their own? It is because of these barriers to entry. It is because there are circles where our people are not allowed to penetrate. And it's time that the industry acknowledges that our people have a right to participate in this industry, that our people have a right to earn the same commissions that they earn in this industry. Even when they start up businesses, those businesses end up not growing. We all know how difficult or expensive it is to start up an enterprise or a firm. For those of you who are property practitioners with firms, it's very costly. And today, as the PPRA, in trying to deal with some of the barriers to entry, we have introduced a number of programs that we have rolled out to try and assist to transform the industry. And these programs include women empowerment, entrepreneurship in terms of your SMME incubation, as well as trying to assist with access to stock so that we can change the status quo. So in alignment with Chapter 4 of our Act, we have then introduced the following programs, which I will explain in detail. The Principalization Program, the Youth One Learner, One Property Practitioner. This is one of our famous, and this program is doing very well. I know today we have one of our partners that is a training provider for our One Learner, and they will be training our cohort in Bloemfontein. The Bloemfontein cohort will be starting next week. So thank you, Property Academy, and we look forward to the partnership and upskilling our people as we continue to transform the industry. We also have the SMME Incubation Program. So what is the Principalization Program? For all of those that have done their NQF Level 4 and PDE 4 and are now looking to own firms or be principals, they qualify to be part of this program. This program runs for a period of 12 months. So under this program, we try to assist the candidates to qualify as principal property practitioner, who will then end up having successful firms. We provide financial and non-financial assistance, as well as provide skills, training that is necessary for them to qualify as principals. This program has no age restriction, so any person can apply for this program and will be eligible once they have gone through the interview phase. So what do you need to apply for this program? You need to have done your NQF Level 4, PDE 4. You must be in possession of a current FFC, a letter of employment. We need a certified copy of your ID. Sorry, I think this is wrong. We need a certified copy of your ID, and then you email your application to the above email address. Our last intake was on the 25th of February, and we had 35 candidates that we took under this program. We will be rolling out the next program within the next month, and this shall be advertised on our website. Our One Learner, One Property Practitioner program, this is our youth program. And as I stated, this program is aimed at placing the youth or intern property practitioner under the service of a registered property practitioner. And during this time, they are mentored by the qualified property practitioner. This program also runs for a period of 12 months. There is an age restriction under this program. Only persons from the age of 18 to 35 years are eligible. And we run this program in collaboration with Services SITA. So under this program, there is a stipend that is paid to our learners at an amount of 3,000 Rand every month. And then in terms of the host employers that are assisting to mentor those learners, we also have payment or a fee for them, which is then discussed with the host employer. So it's a fee for each learner that you host as a host employer. So principals, we urge you to assist us to take these learners and take them under your wing so that you can mentor them. Because in that way, you'll also be assisting with transformation. So the entry requirement here is obviously you will be trying to complete your NQF level 4 as well as do your PDE 4. We need you to be in possession of a current FFC. You do get your current FFC once you only have a letter of employment. We require a certified copy of your ID. And then in terms of recruitment, last year in September, we had 60 candidates in Northern Cape. In KZN, this was a program that was run with the Department of Tourism in KZN. We recruited 750 learners. We have 35 learners in Bloemfontein that we recruited in February. They will soon be having their induction on Friday, and Charter Academy is the training service provider for this cohort. As I stated, we do find that our people want to open firms or be entrepreneurs, but they also struggle with startup costs. As the PPRA, we have introduced the SMME incubation program. We recognize the role that these SMME play in the economic growth, innovation, and job creation in the sector. And it is therefore critical to ensure that Black property practitioner businesses are represented in the mainstream economy. So what is the aim of this program? Is to assist Black principal property practitioner with financial and non-financial assistance in order to grow or scale their businesses. So the PPRA in the previous financial year had a target of 25 SMMEs. I know that this is a small number, but this is the first introduction of our SMME, and we are hoping that in the future, we will increase the number of SMMEs that we'll be able to assist. So the previous financial year, we were able to recruit 25 SMME. These are the SMMEs that we are currently assisting, and these will be assisted with amounts to the value of 250,000 each, so that this amount can assist them with their businesses. So in terms of qualifying for this program, you must be in possession of a valid tax clearance certificate, or what we now call tax PIN. And then the directors, all the directors of that company or principals must be in possession of a valid FFC. We are not looking for someone who wants to start up a company. Remember, we've got the principalization program which deals with that. We want someone who has already established a company, but obviously they are not doing well. That is why we are saying you must have been, or your company must have been in possession of an FFC for the past 12 months. And key requirements or resources that you must have is that you must have a cell phone, you must have a computer, and you must have an email address. You will be responsible for your own transport. And then in terms of the recruitment for this program, Our applications closed on the 30th of March 2024, hence the program is already ongoing. And those that have been successful already received their letters. So we will be rolling out the same program. I think by August we should send out applications. So those that are interested in applying for our SMMEs, please do look out for the adverts on our website as well as social media platforms. I must say though that the previous application we had 101 applications and only 25 people could be put on the program. So you can see the need for us to grow the numbers of the SMME incubation, and we are working on ensuring that the next cohort is more than 25. And in terms of trying to deal with the barrier to access to markets, the PPRA has partnered with Eskom, the Property Sector Charter Council, as well as an agency called Claremont. This is the first kind collaboration that we have had, and its intention is to assist HDIs by granting them access to state properties. So what has happened in this program is that Eskom has properties that it wants to dispose of, and these properties will then be sold by, unfortunately for this project, it will be sold only by our host employers, because what we are trying to do is to assist the candidates or the learners that are under those host employers to be able to get property to sell. So this project is only available to host employers only. And it was launched early this year, so we are still waiting for the implementation of the program on the part of Eskom. We have, however, updated the successful applicants, and we will continue to ensure that government makes sure or complies with the legislation that says every entity or state entity, when it disposes of property, it must use an estate agent or a property practitioner that complies with BEE. This is a mandate that government should ensure is carried out. So it's not only the PPRA that is mandated to transform. Even government is mandated to transform by ensuring that every property they sell, they use registered property practitioners. So it is our aim to then continue to engage government. We are currently engaging Transnet and looking for stock. And as soon as we are able to conclude an agreement with Eskom, we will inform the industry of how the industry will benefit. So for me today, colleagues, that is all about transformation. And as the PPRA, we continue to ask you to continue to strive to do your best. We know that the industry, some people have said to us the industry is not doing well, but I know that as Black people we are capable of achieving what we want to achieve. The PPRA is also here to assist through the small programs that we have. We do hope that one day we shall have enough money to be able to effectively assist in transforming the industry. Thank you. I am here to take questions.
Good morning, everyone. Daily, one question. You talked about the one learner, I think one property practitioner, and I don't see it being implemented in Gauteng. When is that going to happen? How do we apply for that program? Thank you.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Daily. Presentation was very eye-opening, enlightening. Yes, thank you so much for that. However, it kind of touches their soul because I'm one of those people that you make an example about that I've worked for a property industry, made lots of money. Okay, don't ask me what I did with it. Made lots of money for the company and lots of commission. But then when I decided to venture on my own in 2014, unfortunately, it has been barriers to entry in terms of the same people that are used to do property for. Now it's a battle to even have access to market. And now you are seeing with your regards to your 25 for to become a principal SMMEs that has already closed. And now, same question with regards to Gauteng as they asked with one learner program. Can't there be another effective, because property practitioners also kind of, it's a gatekeeping for certain things, like you've got a deal with Eskom now, and then you're saying only for your host. That's gatekeeping for us also, because then we cannot access that market. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we do, in fact, Gauteng is one of our largest group of candidates, of learners that we have. We have a lot of learners in Gauteng. I'm just not, I don't have the firms with me, and I don't know if it's proper for me to disclose the firms, but we do have a lot of candidates or learners within Gauteng. We will be rolling out or sending out an advert for the next program. We currently have 530 learners on our program, but we were just waiting for Services SITA and the PPRA to conclude their agreements, and then we'll send out the next advert and we'll inform you where those learners will come from. But we will have a program or application open for Gauteng soon. And then in terms of the SMME, I think, you know, with regard to why we have 25, it is because of money issues. We really don't have the finances to cater for the 100 applicants in terms of the SMMEs. I remember at one event where the minister was and property practitioners were there saying, if we roll out the SMME, we must give them $1 million each, which would have been nice, because really $1 million would go a long way for each property practitioner. But unfortunately, it's money that we don't have. That is why transformation must not only be about money, it must be about skill, empowering, granting people access to markets. Because I know for a fact, if we can grant, if government can assist, if the PPR can assist to grant each and every one of you access to markets, no one will ever ask for funding from the PPRA. And because we know that our black people can work when given access to stock. We've seen it, we've had success stories, and we are confident that it can be done if we give you access to stock. I think that was your question, and I really do sympathize with you. Once you do leave the big brands, you are going to find yourself out in the cold, and that should not be what is happening in South Africa today. And these firms need to be comfortable with understanding that we do have the skill and that we can make it. And we need to start breaking those barriers that they've created for us. When we are within them, we prosper. Once we go on our own, we are out in the cold. So I really do sympathize with you, but let's continue. We will get there.
Okay, thank you very much, Deli, for the presentation. I just want to touch base on the one learner program that you outlined there. I'm worried about the sustainability of these programs. I think it was introduced in 2015. Since then, since inception, there's never been a program that is actually successful in terms of sustainability. You recruit 100 learners, they go in the sector, but if you were to check from 2015 when it was introduced to date, how many learners are still in the sector? And it's a worrying factor because it seems as if PPRA issues the programs, learners enroll, and then that's it, we move to the next number. We issue another programs, learners enroll, we move into the next. There is no sustainability in these programs. And even when we say they are success stories, we can only pinpoint probably 5 out of 100 including the same principalization program that started last year, by the way. I think it was the first program by NQF level 5. It collapsed. So my question is about sustainability in these programs. How are we planning on sustaining the programs rather than just issuing the programs and said we recruited 350 learners, they will be trained by provider X, then we move into the next. That's my first question.
Yeah, my name is Kifty Malapane Mate. I'm a ward councillor from Ward 16 Mapet. My concern is around that same issue around SMME's incubation. Our proposal is that PPRA must empower more companies. Funding, the companies, they can able to fundraise themselves, they can all able to get funds out of the skill that they are going to accumulate from PPRA. We are proposing that 25 companies is too small for the entire South Africa. A lot of people, they need jobs. A lot of people, they need to create jobs. We don't want to create this country whereby like we're depending on government. PPRA is one of the entities that has to enhance the interest of the community on the ground. So our proposal is that the PPRA must enhance more companies, give more skill to companies. Funding, they will generate funding out of those skills that you are going to give them. I thank you. I submit.
Thank you. I think, gentlemen, I think, Sia, you are right. Sustainability is one of the key issues that we are concerned with, especially when we roll out the programs. And yes, we have had people saying we have failed to retain agents within the sector. I don't know if that is true. I can confirm, though, that when we first implemented the program, there were issues. And the issues really were that we recruited everyone who wanted to be in the program. And that meant that even the person that we recruited came in for a stipend. But since we changed our strategy of recruiting by ensuring that before we recruit, we conduct interviews to make sure that whoever we're recruiting is a suitable candidate, and explain to that candidate, because these are young people, what this industry entails, that it is a commission-based industry. We have found that that strategy has worked, and we've been able to retain more learners than we have in the past. In the past, yes, you are correct. It hasn't been a success story because we've seen people come in for stipend and go out. But also you can't blame those people who had come in that way, because it's difficult for young people to find jobs. But the PPRA hopes that once we've recruited the learners into the program, we can then convince them to continue to stay in the program. And hence our partnership with ESCOM, where we realize that if we can try and break some of the barriers within the sector, which is access to markets, and hence ESCOM is dedicated to these learners to ensure that while they do the training, they have access to sell properties so that they see how this industry works. We are hoping that we'll be able to sustain the learners in the sector. We do have learners that have moved from the one learner, and they are now in our principalization program. And hopefully one day they will be part of our SMME program. At the end of the day, the efforts that we put as the PPRA, it then depends on the particular property practitioner, whether they will continue to sustain themselves when they do not have the support of the PPRA, which we hope that will happen once we have taken away the support. But sustainability, yes, is one of the things that we are also worried of, and we've put strategies to ensure that we continue to have these people, or we retain these learners in the industry. And then in terms of the SMME incubation, which is the 25 SMME, I agree with you. It is a small number. If you even look at the applications that we received, we do need to fund more SMMEs. Unfortunately for us, when you look at the legislation, We are self-funded, so every property practitioner here who makes a contribution towards the Fidelity Fund certificate, that amount then goes to what we call a transformation fund. From the transformation fund, we then used to fund all the programs. We don't get a cent from National Treasury or the Fiscus, and therefore we are self-sufficient. We, however, do agree we need to have more SMMEs being capacitated, and that is the intention of the PPRA as we go forward. And in doing that, what we have done is to try and partner with the private sector so that they can assist us to be able to take on more SMMEs and assist them in terms of our incubation program.
It's just a comment, Deli, regarding why the one learner program is not working. Brokers are so exploitana. I've been exposed to a situation whereby some of the learners will come in and also host. I don't know how much intense work do you do on your host, because host, majority of them do it for the finance part of it because they get money to host those learners. But then nobody follows up on the learner, as he was saying, because then the learner becomes the runner, the administrator. You do the paperwork, you do that. They end up not even learning anything that is property related. So at the end of the day, it destroys their ability to even want to go forward with regards to learning anything that has to do with property, because they are being exploited by the brokers and so forth and the industry, because they are just paper pushers, administrators. They don't do the actual work. Thank you so much. And so if you can look into that and have a follow-up session, maybe on a monthly basis or weekly is going to be too much, on a monthly basis, to see, last week you were on the admin side, this week you are drafting leases, next week you are doing the negotiations, so forth. That maybe can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your point is noted, but I think I can speak for principals that do host the learners. They only get 200 Rand per learner, so it's not much. But your point is noted.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Just one more last one. What are the projections in terms of the one learner programs? Just let's scale it into 10 years. If every year there are programs that are rolled out, what is your target on an annual basis? Then we look it into the next 10 years. Then that can probably give us an understanding that in the next 10 years, how impactful is the program going to be?
Okay, I can speak for the next 5 years, because remember we have an APP and our KPIs are usually projected for the next 5 years. So within the next 5 years, we are looking at, so each and every year we're looking at recruiting about 500 learners. And then in the next, I think from 2025, 2026, up it by 700. Up in the final 5th year, we should be sitting at around 800 per year of what we want to recruit, per financial year of what we want to recruit for the learners. I don't know if this answers your question. Is that fine? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Daly. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the questions that came through. And I think also, on the issue of transformation, if especially the one learners, Daly, if they're appointed, I think they also need to put in the work, because I know when you're starting up, it can be very discouraging that you must start from the ground up, but it's important that they be passionate, so that they can make it, so we can have success stories as well. Okay, we're going to have our second speaker. Her name is Advocate Deborah Weil. She's the executive in the Licensing and Exemptions Department. She's going to take us through how to register property practitioners and managing agents. As we know that we have 12 categories now in the new legislation, so she will give us clarity on that. Thank you, Deborah. You can either use the click or you can click here. Okay, thanks very much.
can see I'm not nice and tall like Delhi, so I've got to move this thing down. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be with you. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. I'm going to talk about licensing and registrations and what it means for each of you, how the new Act has changed some things, and what you can do if you want to register in our sector. Right, so licensing and registration, and also we have the exemptions department within our department. So what this is it's a program that gives you step-by-step instructions on how to go online and register yourself, do some changes, do whatever you need on our profiles. Our registration process is an online process. If you have difficulty and you want to come in, somebody will assist you if needed, but it's nice to be able to do it in the comfort of your own home and to be able to do whatever's needed at the click of a button. There will be slides available from Naledi if you want them afterwards, so you don't need to remember everything I say, and I won't go through all the nitty-gritty details because you're not likely to recall them. But just to give you a basic explanation, and she will be able to provide you with the slides, so you have them as a record if needed. All right, in terms of the new Property Practitioners Act, we changed from what was the old Estate Agency Affairs Board, which only regulated estate agents, and we became the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority. And in terms of this act, we now regulate 12 different categories of property practitioners. Estate agents are one of the industries in those 12 industries that we regulate. They are called estate agents, and they are also property practitioners. So anybody who operates in the industry is known by the name of the industry, such as auctioneers, bond brokers, property facilitators, or estate agents. But they are all within the umbrella of property practitioners under the new Act. And there's a list of all those that we regulate. So in terms of the new Act, if you operate in any of these categories or industries, you have to be registered with us in order to operate legally, and you have to get a Fidelity Fund certificate. So there's the list: estate agents, auctioneers, bond and bridging finance originators, HOAs who perform property practitioner activities. That's basically community schemes who also run their own property practitioner or estate agency firms and entities. Managing agents are now specifically included in the definition of property practitioner. Property facilitators and intermediaries, business brokers, including those who sell franchises within the property industry, and those who sell business undertakings. Developers are also included if they market and sell their own developed property. Okay? If they don't, if they just develop the property, so they're basically in construction and development, and then they use a registered estate agent or managing agent to be able to manage and sell and rent their property, then they don't need to register with us. Okay? But if they market their own property, then they need to register with us. Timeshare and fractional ownership practitioners, those who sell timeshare and fractional ownership. Property advertising platforms, also required to register with us. Property practitioners who specialize in collecting and distributing trust money, and these are known as payment processing agents. So what the Act does is it creates a new industry called payment processing agents. And this is an entity that registers with us as a property practitioner. And what it does is it will conduct a trust account for you or on your behalf so that you don't have to do it yourself. You register with them. All the trust money that you deal with on a daily basis doesn't come to you at all. It goes to them. They hold it, and they comply with all the requirements of the Act, and they provide us with the audit reports, et cetera, that you need. So those are for those property practitioners who need to have a trust account and who cannot decide that they don't want to actually manage it themselves. They want to outsource that to somebody else. And the last one is attorney employees. you know that attorney employees have always fallen under us if they perform property practitioner activities within the offices of the lawyer. Okay, so that's things like if the lawyer has a judgment that he wants to execute, he attaches a property, it must be sold, then somebody in his office will deal with that process. And that person has to be registered with us as an attorney employee. So those are the various industries. And the first one I'm going to look at is a new industry that we have just started registering, and that is the managing agent industry. Okay? The things that we do in our department are the registering of all property practitioners, the renewal of fidelity fund certificates, and we also consider exemptions in Section 4, and we'll look at those a little bit later. So this is our core function. It's performed by us, and everybody who registers with us has a particular profile, their own individual profile on our system with all their information, what FFCs were issued, when they had one, when they didn't have one, what their audit compliance situation is, what their education situation is, and then also we have a profile for every firm that is registered with us. Remember that in terms of the Act, in order to be able to operate your own firm, you have to be a principal property practitioner and you have to comply with the requirements for estate agents if you're an estate agent, or you have to get an exemption from the education requirements if you are operating as under another industry, until such time as the education department has told us what you have to do if you're a bond broker or an auctioneer, or what education standards you have to do. So at the moment we don't know, and when we start registering those particular industries, you will get an exemption from the education requirements. Until those education requirements come in, we know what they are, and you've been given a chance by education to do that. So those are the situation that we sit with at the moment, and as I've said, we are registering estate agents, attorney employees, and managing agents currently. So let's look at the process flow for registration of managing agents. You need to remember that if you want to register as a managing agent, you first must register the directors individually, and once you've done that, then you register your firm. To do that, you go onto our website and you will find My PPRA Agents Portal, and you click on that. You go to Create New, so you're now creating a new agent, and you select the correct industry that you want to register in, which at this stage will be attorney employees, estate agents, or managing agents. And you click that you accept the terms and conditions. You then select Register. And when you do that, a password will be generated by the system. It will send you an email with that password, which you use to log back onto the portal. And once you log in, you enter your password, and then you're allowed to complete steps 2 and 3. Steps 2 and 3 are set out there. You go to the tab which is called My Agency on the far right, and that will allow you to reserve a name for your firm. You click on that, you select the correct industry that you'll be operating in, and you reserve the name. You have to wait until the name is approved, which usually takes 24 to 48 hours maximum. And when it's approved, you can just keep checking, come back and see, and if you see the name is approved, you then click on that approved entry. It takes you to terms and conditions, which you accept, and then it will take you to a screen where you can register the firm by putting in all the details. The people who register the firm are your directors of the firm, so it's either a director or it may be a member if it's a closed corporation, or it's the sole proprietor if you are not a company or a CC. So if you're going to do that, that's why you need to have registered as a director first under the individual profile. Once you put that in, you register and you will get an MAF reference number. Now, those of you who are familiar with the sector will know that as an estate agent, if you registered a firm, you got an F number. It had F and then 6 digits. and that was your firm's reference number. Now, if you're registering as a managing agent firm, you will get an MAF number, Managing Agent Firm, okay? That will be created, and once you've got that number, then your employees can register themselves as well using that number. Your employees will register not using the firm process, but using the employee or individual process. You will then be required to upload the documents that are needed for you to register your firm. It will take you to the required screen. You upload all the documents that you need, and those will be your trust account confirmation, your bank letter with the trust account confirmation, or otherwise your exemption letter saying that you have been exempted from having a trust account that we issue. It comes from our audit department. And you will then be able to add your tax clearance, your BEE certificate if you're a sole prop or a partnership. If you're not a sole prop or a partnership, if you're a company or a CC, you will upload your BEE certificate. All firms will upload their SARS tax clearance. Your FIC registration is required. Your company documents, if it's a company, or your CC documents, if it's a CC. You upload all of those. Payment is then required, which you make using your 7-digit PIN only. So don't put anything else, just the 7-digit PIN, and then the system will recognize your number. We then move on to managing agent directors. These directors must individually register themselves. They go through a similar process. It's all set out there. You start in the same place with My PPRA Agents Portal. You go on to New Property Practitioner, okay, and put in all the details that you need there. You go through the same process. You make your payment. You get your 7-digit PIN, and you use that PIN in order to make your payment. If your payment has already been made previously, then you need to just upload your proof of payment so that we have it and we can then allocate it manually without any delay. Your FFC will load once we have validated your documents, and once the FFC is showing as issued on the portal, you then wait 48 hours to be able to download it. Remember, we don't send you FFCs anymore by email unless you specifically request us to do so, which you can do by logging a query. And once you've done that, you can download your FFC yourself. And having, as a director, you can then go to your firm and create your firm so that your employees can register. And that is the slide for your managing agent employees. Remember, as we said, employees can only do this once the director has created the firm. Managing agent employees work for a director at the moment. They don't work for a principal. And the reason for that is because there are certain qualifications which a principal is required to have in terms of the principal regulations for estate agents, and that's not yet been established for managing agent firms. So your employee managing agent must upload their individual application form, their ID doc copy, a letter confirming employment on the company letterhead, and that is signed by both your employee and by the director of the firm, and that gets uploaded. You make your payment again using the 7-digit number so that it allocates correctly. The email that you get will then give you your new PIN, and your FFC will be issued if your application is compliant, once we have verified it. Again, 48 hours to be able to download your FFC. Now, it's important to remember that when you followed these processes and you've put all your information on the system, you need to, whether you're creating yourself as a director, yourself as a firm, or as an employee, you need to go to log a query, which is the activity that you now send to us. And you say on that log a query, I'm directing this to the registrations and licensing department, and you say, I have applied to register myself or my firm or my employees or whatever it is, please will you assist and validate and issue my FFC? Okay, and that alerts us to the fact that you have uploaded all your documents, and we can go into the system and check them for you. I'm going to move on to estate agents then. Your estate agent candidates, if they want to register themselves as a candidate property practitioner estate agent, they again go to the same portal, click on Create a New Property Practitioner, you follow the prompts, make sure that you've got the F reference number for the firm that you're going to register under. Remember, you have to register under a valid registered firm that has a principal in order to be able to operate in the industry. So you register yourself using that F number. You also state who your mentor is going to be, accept the terms and conditions, and you click on register. You will receive an email again with a password. You log back in using the password, and it will take you to step 2, where you can attach your documents. You need your application form, your ID copy, your letter of employment signed by your candidate and the principal. And we do have a template for that letter on the website, so you know exactly what it should look like. And that will take you to step 3, which is the payment that needs to be made. Again, using your 7-digit PIN, the FFC will issue if, as soon as we have looked at your documents and found that they are compliant, and within 48 hours you will be able to download your FFC. I'm going to then stop at new principals who want to upgrade from a full status agent. And the first thing you need to remember is if you're a full status agent, you've now passed not only your NQF4 and your PDE4, but you've also done your NQF5, and you've decided that you want to open your own firm. Okay? So you want to upgrade to a principal in order to do that. You need to remember that your status will not be upgraded to principal until you have registered your firm. And the reason for that is because the Act and Regulations says that a principal property practitioner is somebody who owns and operates a firm within the industry. So until you operate your own business, you cannot be updated to a principal. And that is legislated in the Act and Regulations. So make sure, first of all, that you register a firm. You go to My PPRA, you click on Existing Property Practitioners, because remember, you are an existing practitioner on our system. We know you. You've been there for a while. You've been a candidate. You're now a full status agent, and now we can proceed to upgrade you. So you put in your ID, your surname, your 7-digit PIN. That will take you to your profile. And on the far right, you click Reserve a Name, which will allow you to reserve your firm's name. You then follow the same process as for managing agents from this point. Select your industry, select your firm name. Existing principals who want to register an additional firm will go through the same thing, but they use existing property practitioners. They reserve the name. Once that's approved, they then proceed. Okay, and remember that for all of these, once you've been through the system, you've uploaded your documents, you then need to log a query and say, this is who I am, please, this is my F number or my individual number, please validate me and issue my FFC. We'll move to attorney employees now. And here you again go to the PPR agents portal. You click on New Property Practitioner. You select the correct industry, which is the attorney employees. You accept terms and conditions. You then click Register, so you can register yourself, obtain your email password with a 7-digit PIN, and you log back onto the portal and you use your password to then attach your supporting documents. It's your application form, your ID, your letter of employment, and you then go to step 3, which is payment. Again, if all is in order, you will get your 48 hours, you will get your FFC to download within 48 hours after that approval. Please note that all attorney employees use the same firm PIN, and that is the firm PIN that is set out in the slide. You don't need to enter it. It's only for registration purposes, so it will be entered, pre-entered on the system. Right, so that's attorney employees. Please remember that in terms of the Act, you cannot register as an attorney employee and then operate your own business. Okay, that is not permitted. An attorney employee can only work for an attorney's firm, can only perform property practitioner activities that arise within the legal firm itself, and that you have to operate in terms of the Act from the premises of the lawyer's firm and in the name of the lawyer's firm. Okay? So if you want to operate something called Sunshine Properties, you need to go and register your own firm as a principal. All right? Or otherwise you need, if you want to go and market and advertise and take clients from the public, you need to then work either as an employee or have your own firm. All right, just some general information. To register a firm does not cost anything. To register yourself, you will need to make a payment for your Fidelity Fund certificate, and that is the fee which is set out in the Act, which escalates on an annual basis by the percentage which is set out in the legislation. There is a schedule of fees, which is also on our website, which you can have a look at to see what it costs to do the various functions. Employment change is free unless you have been previously deregistered. So that means that if you are linked under an employer, okay, and you resign, your employer will advise us in his own interests that you are no longer working for him. Unless you have sent us a letter requesting a change of employment with all the documents that are required, you will be deregistered, because you cannot operate on your own unless you are attached to a firm. You have to have a firm that you can use their trust account for, that you've got a principal who looks after what you do and ensures compliance. So in terms of the Act, you then get deregistered unless you have asked us to please change you to another firm. So you also, in terms of the Act, have to tell us within 14 days if you change your employment. Okay? So once you are deregistered, you then come back and you have to re-register as a re-registration, and you have to pay the costs that are associated with it. But if you're in the industry and you have requested and been transferred to a new firm, that doesn't cost anything. Also, bear in mind, you will not get a new Fidelity Fund certificate in those instances, because your Fidelity Fund certificate under the new Act has got a template. The regulations tell us what that Fidelity Fund certificate has to look like. And the Fidelity Fund certificate does not disclose who your employer is. So if you change employment, you shouldn't need a new one. Now, there was a time when we have difficulty with our FFC system where it would issue an FFC and the firm details would still appear on that FFC. Okay? So that's what we needed to change. It was part of developing the system, which we've been in the process of doing. We've had some glitches, but by and large, we have got it right at the moment. So it may mean that if you change your employer and your FFC did specify what your firm was and you're now with another firm, you can ask us to please change it and rectify it. However, do remember that that FFC that you have, even if it's under one firm's name and you are now working under another firm, that FFC remains valid in terms of Regulation 41.22, because it says that if you have a Fidelity Fund certificate in any one industry for one entity, that FFC is good enough for you to use for any activities that you perform within that industry. So that means if you are a principal for 3 different firms, you only need one Fidelity Fund certificate. And that's why your firm is not supposed to be on your Fidelity Fund certificate at all. But if it is, it doesn't render it invalid for purposes of your operations. However, remember that if you want to operate in another industry, you have to get another Fidelity Fund certificate for that industry, because the industry does appear on your Fidelity Fund certificate. Also remember that if you have if you are going to change employer, you can only use that Fidelity Fund certificate if you have registered with us as working for your new employer. Okay? So you can't keep the Fidelity Fund certificate and then go and jump around and register at another firm and you don't tell us about it, because then you will be operating illegally. And then that Fidelity Fund certificate cannot cover operations that you do for a firm that you are not registered under with us in our records. Okay, so do bear that in mind. If you stop operating as a property practitioner, you must deregister with us or you will be liable for renewal fees. You will also be liable for CPD compliance, audit compliance, etc. So in terms of the regulations, it says that if you are a property practitioner and you are operating as such, and you need now to renew your FFC for the following year, that has to be done before the end of October for the following year. Now, if you are ceasing to operate the following year, you're not going to be operating anymore, it requires you to advise us in writing before the end of October of the previous year. Otherwise, you have to pay your renewal fee. And that's why these penalties mount up. People don't tell us, they just disappear for 2 years or for however long. We have you as a registered operating property practitioner. The Act says in that regard you then need to pay us your renewal fee. You come back 3 years later, haven't paid renewal fees, haven't told us you weren't operating, and in terms of the Act, you now are liable for the penalties that have accumulated. All right, so it's very important that when you stop operating, you tell us. Also bear in mind that if you are a principal and you have a firm, you cannot simply send us a notice and say, I'm not operating anymore, please deregister me. Why? Because the Act gives you what you have to do if you are a principal and business owner, what you have to do to close down your property practitioner business legally. And that requires you to close your trust account, to provide us with a winding up audit report up to the date that the trust account was closed. You have to make sure that any fees are paid. You also have to then provide us with a letter in writing saying, please deregister this firm, it is no longer operating. And only once you've done that can we deregister that firm, all right? In terms of the Act, even if that firm is not operating, you still have to provide us with the trust account audit if your trust account was open. Okay? So we will require proof. When you closed your trust account, you'll need to send it to us. It's a letter from the bank saying that this trust account was closed on such and such a date, and then we know what audit report you need to submit and when we can deregister the firm. All right? So don't just abandon your firm when you decide you don't want to operate, because you won't be able to come back. All right? Okay, I've talked about employees' responsibilities, I've talked about the principal's responsibilities, and the notice that we have to give to avoid penalties, which applies to all firms. If you want to re-register, practitioners who have left the industry and deregistered have to again log on to the portal, go to an existing property practitioner, click on log a query, which is on the far right, put in your personal information, select the query type, okay, and the subject, which will be application to re-register. You attach your supporting documents, whether it's a candidate or non-principal application form, your ID, your letter of employment. And if you're coming back as a principal, you will need to attach your business application form, your individual application form, your company or CC documents, your bank letter confirming your trust account, or if you have been exempted from that, your exemption letter, your letter from URBA, which is not from URBA, sorry, with your auditor to say he's an URBA registered auditor, and your FIC registration confirmation, which is an email document, your tax clearance certificate, your BEE certificate or affidavit. If you are not a sole prop or a partnership, you then go to log a query requesting us to look at those and re-register you, and you can, if you don't remember your PIN, you can go to our call center and ask them to please look it up for you. Please bear in mind that once you've done the application, we will then validate it to re-register, and then we will know whether there are penalties payable or not. Okay? And then we will tell you you need to pay X amount in penalties, or you don't have to pay that in penalties, and you just pay your re-registration fee. That's just what I've mentioned before, which is the importance of your logging a query. All right? If you don't do that, we don't know that you have in fact applied. The system doesn't alert us for each new application. So do log a query so we can go and look at it and assist you. If you don't get any assistance, you can escalate to the relevant manager. And registrations department is required to action all queries and activities within 30 days of the date of receipt. Bear in mind that if your documents are not compliant, then we will not be in a position to be able to issue your FFC. We will only do so once you become compliant. We will ask you for those extra documents, and you will then be able to submit them to us. I'm going to move on then to the exemptions department. Exemptions department was created as a result of Section 4, which is a new section in the Property Practitioners Act, and it allows us to grant exemptions for a maximum period of 3 years. We also cannot grant an exemption retrospectively. So if you achieved or you somehow were required to pay penalties that you accumulated 5 years ago, you cannot come now and say, please exempt me from what I had to do 5 years ago. All right? The Act doesn't allow us to do that. If you want to apply for an exemption, you can use this email address, section 4 exemptions @theppra.org.za. Please don't use exemptions at theppra.org.za. That is exemptions which go to the Education Department, and that is to apply for an equivalency exemption. Okay, so in other words, that's where you are required to do your NQF4, but you have an LLB degree, and so you want to apply to be exempted from doing that because you have a degree that is of more value already than that NQF4 qualification. And that is what's called an equivalency exemption. So those go to education. That's not what we deal with. Okay, so you use Section 4 exemptions. You have to use the E1 form, which is contained in the regulations. It's also on our website. And that E1 form sets out what it is that you want to be exempted from. Okay? It's no good telling us you want to be exempted from the Act, because we can't do that. We can only exempt you from a specific provision of the Act. Okay? So an example is, let's say you are wanting to open your own firm. You are having a fight with SARS, with Mr. Taxman, because he wants you to pay R1 million, and you don't think you need to pay R1 million, you only need to pay 100,000 Rand, and you've got documents to show, and so you and him are having a fight, and therefore you can't get your tax clearance. Okay? But you don't want to have to wait for a year until SARS finally decides to give you your tax clearance and to sort out the problem. So what you can do then is you can apply to register your firm, and simultaneously you can send an email with the E1 form to us, and on the form you will say you request an exemption from the Section 50 provision for a period of 1 year in order for you to be able to go and sort out the problem with SARS. And so please will we register your firm and issue you with an FFC without that tax clearance and give you a year to be able to do it. So what we'll do is we'll give you the exemption, allow you to register your firm, and after a year, if you still haven't submitted that tax clearance, then we will have to deregister you and withdraw your FFC. Okay? But you've got a year to sort out the problem with SARS, submit it to us and say, right guys, I've got my tax clearance now, so please put it where it needs to be, and I don't need the exemption anymore. Okay? And that you can do for any of the provisions of the Act, if they apply to you and there's a good reason. Now, when we look at your exemptions, we don't just look and say, looks like quite a nice guy, this. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll give it to him. Okay, we don't do that. The Act says what we have to look at to decide when we give it to you, okay? Is it going to be anti-competitive? Is it going to benefit one person to the prejudice of everybody else? Is it going to make competition unfair in the industry? Is it going to have some sort of bad effect, which is going to affect consumers negatively? Those are the things we have to look at, okay? And if none of those apply and there's a good reason for it, then your exemption is likely to be granted, okay? There's also a process in terms of which you can apply for a trust account exemption. Now, this is a little bit different. You don't use an E1 form to be exempted from a trust account. You send an affidavit to the audit department, and the affidavit is contained in the regulations, and it says exactly what you have to say in your affidavit, and it says under what circumstances you can be exempted from having a trust account, okay? And what the regulation says is that if you do not take trust monies of any kind. So what is trust money? Trust money is any money that doesn't belong to you or that you're not entitled to at the moment, that you're holding for somebody else. Okay, like a deposit, a rental deposit, any money that has to be paid over to somebody else, okay? Or that you're keeping in trust until such time as you can pay it back to them. Right. So as a property practitioner, you are not allowed to take that kind of money unless you have a trust account, and it has to stay in your trust account from the moment you receive it until you are legally entitled to pay it out, okay? And, or otherwise you are instructed to pay it out by the owner of that trust money. All right, so if you do sales and the deposit comes to you, you need a trust account. If you do rentals and the deposit comes to you and you keep it for the tenant, you have to have a trust account. If you receive rentals every month from this tenant, and you then have to pay out perhaps the electricity account or the garden services or whatever, and the rest you pay to the owner, to the owner of the property. That money is trust money, okay? So you have to have a trust account and you have to put it in your trust account, right? So in those instances, you have to have a trust account. However, if you do sales and you don't collect the deposit, it goes straight to the conveyancing attorney, all right? It doesn't ever get paid to you, and you only do sales, then you can apply for an exemption from a trust account, all right? If you do rentals and you collect rent, you will have to have a trust account. So now, if you qualify to be exempted from having a trust account, then you can complete this affidavit, and what you say in the affidavit is, I don't receive trust money, I haven't ever received trust money, or if I did, I've closed my trust account, I've wound it up and I've deregistered it, okay, and here's the proof. I'm not going to take trust money in the future, and if something happens and I have to take trust money, then I will open a trust account 60 days beforehand, and I will tell the PPRA about it, and I will give you proof, and I will register my trust account, okay? And you state all those things in the affidavit, and then you send it to the audit department, and the audit department can send you a letter saying, okay, you are exempted from having a trust account. Excuse me. All right. Similarly, if you use one of those trust account, trust money processing agents that I talked about before, you can also be exempted. And then you will submit proof that you are registered with them, they have a trust account for you, and they will operate it for you. And then you can get an exemption letter so you yourself don't have to operate a trust account. Okay. So that's done by, as I say, using an affidavit, which you send to audit@thepra.org.za. Also bear in mind that if you are re-registering as an estate agent, you will not be able to return to your old status unless you have the required education qualifications in terms of the regulations to do that. All right, so you must have the required education standards for a principle that was set out in the regulation 2008. Alternatively, if we've got a new regulation, under the new regulations, we've got a new standard, we will have told you about that, you will have had an opportunity to obtain that standard of education, and then you will come back on the required level. Okay, let's see now. Right, you can follow us on social media using Twitter, Facebook, or LinkedIn, And Naledi is the go-to person for any stakeholder engagement issues that you have, and she can direct you to the correct department if you have a query. Otherwise, do go onto our website and log a query. Thank you very much.
Good day, Deborah, and good day to everyone. My name is Pumzeni Nyembe. Sorry, I must address you proper, Advocate Deborah.
Don't worry, Deborah's fine.
Yes, Advocate, you spoke about when you register your company at PPRA.
Yes.
You've got to then click and then put in the name and wait for the 48 hours. Then you're going to see whether your name has been approved.
Right.
At most, one would have been gone past this CPRO where you have already registered the company there
Yes.
with your directors. So now, don't you find it to be a duplication because now CPRO governs across the country. So now, when PPRA also find itself in the same space of verifying that name, isn't that duplication?
Okay, I'll tell you why we do it. There's a provision in the Act which says that we are not allowed to register anybody, and you are not allowed to operate using a name that is similar or confusing to another firm that is operating within the industry. So we have to, in terms of the legislation that governs us, look at your name to see if it's compliant. And it does make things difficult because sometimes you have a firm or a company that's registered in a name, and we have already got a firm that is already registered with that name. And in instances such as that, people have to go back to SIPC and say, please do a name change for me, for my company. So if the other company that's of a similar name is your own company, in other words, maybe it's an estate agent company and you're now registering as a managing agent using the same company, that's fine. We will always approve it because you're in a different industry. But the Act doesn't allow us to register anybody who is going to be using a name that is too similar or confusingly similar to one that's already in existence. So unfortunately, we don't have an option.
Okay.
Someone up there?
Yes, morning, Advocate. My question is twofold, and I think it also goes to Delhi. You make mention that to become a principal, you should already hold an NQF5.
That's right.
Yes, currently I'm busy with the NQF5. We started in November, our class. Now, there's a lady who asked earlier, she's just here in front of me, that when you work for a big company and you go to, on your own now, you struggle. My observation, since I'm in a class of NQF5, is that when we work, or while we work for big companies, we don't get the best skills that you'll require when you go on your own. The big company only relies on me as Muitsepile Khodi with their sales. All they teach me is valuation and sales. But in a class of NQF5, when the question comes during assignments, I'm questioned as if I own a company. Do your finances, your auditors, auditing, and all those things. I don't know anything about those things since I've been working for a big company. Now, my question is, the PPRA, much as you transforming, especially the previously disadvantaged as black people, to this thing, the main focus is transformation, which is fine. But how do you make sure that the previously advantaged companies empower those black people so that when they go on their own, they are able to be sustainable and sustain themselves in their company by giving them skills? I think it's PPRA's duty to make sure that they hold them accountable. Because it's like now you're throwing us into a deep end. I've been working, I don't know how to swim. You push me into a pool, you say make it. That is why us as black people, we go into struggle in terms of being well established like these old companies. We're competing with people who have been in the industry from 1970. Your Remexes, for example, international companies. Now, I must start today because of the transformation. But what are you doing as the PPRA in that space of transforming and being transformed from the old advantage person who didn't teach me anything, by the way? Because, like I'm telling you, I'm in a class now. When I must answer a question about auditing, I don't know anything. All I know is to take pictures and list and sell. That's it. I don't know finances, I don't know anything. And the question comes as if I own a company. And also the other suggestion is, why don't you say to us, because we are busy transforming you, once you've passed your PDE4 like myself, register your firm, so that I must learn those finances in my firm, because I can't get that knowledge from my previous employer. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, it reminds me very much of when I studied law. You know, when you study law, you come out with your LLB and you think you know something. And then you go and work for an attorney as an article clerk. And the attorney says to you, right, here's a file, there's an application in court this morning, here it is, go to court. And he doesn't tell you that you have to stand when the magistrate comes in, or you have to sit down when the magistrate is talking to somebody else, because you're not allowed to stand then. So you don't even know that, never mind what an application is. And then you're in front of the judge or the magistrate and he says to you, your documents, your application is out of time, what do you want to do? And you go, what does he mean? So I know exactly what you mean. Because it's the same kind of thing. And unfortunately, when you're relying on somebody else to teach you, and they're scared that you're going to become their competition one day, the chances are they're not going to teach you everything that you need to know. So that is a problem. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not something I can answer. It's probably something Delhi and the education department can answer, but I think it's a very good point, and I made a note of it. The other thing, as far as your last point in relation to registering your firm after your NQF, after your PDE4, the regulation doesn't allow you to do that, unfortunately. And we didn't make the regulations. Okay, it's a law that's passed, so all we can do is implement it. But what we can do is we can go back and ask the minister to see if she can motivate for changes in that regard. But what we do is we allow you to write your NQF5 and then to register your company before you write your PDE5. And you've got 2 years in that time to learn, because in your PDE5 is where you have to do things like how you're going to do an audit, how you're going to do this, how you're going to do that, all the things you need to know. And so the old EAB, in its wisdom, thought that by allowing you to practice once you've got your NQF5, even though you haven't yet got your PDE5, it will give you an opportunity to learn those things by doing them practically. Okay, but certainly we need, I think, to consider some way of having a bridging program. For those agents who, having got their PDE4, now want to go and do an NQF5, but don't have the necessary skills. So thank you for that point.
Morning, good morning,
Morning.
Advocate Deborah. I just wanted to find out, since you said developers who sell their own properties need to have an FFC.
Yes.
Do they also have any other educational requirements that they need to follow?
They will have, but they don't yet. So in terms of, that's why we have to give them an education exemption currently. And I'll tell you why. In the current regulations, Regulation 33 is the one that deals with education. And it says, nobody can be a property practitioner, whether it's an estate agent or a developer or anything else, without having done a 6-month candidacy and having passed a PDE exam. Now, because this act is new and it hasn't been completely phased in yet by the PPRA, we don't yet know what the education standards are going to be for developers. We don't know what they're going to be for auctioneers. We don't know what they're going to be for business brokers. Because the regulation specifically says that we have to have a different PDE exam for each industry. And we've got 12 industries, okay? So it's going to take time. So there will definitely be education requirements, but the only one we have at the moment is your estate agent, because we have an existing regulation which says what those standards are, okay? So that will come.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
My question is on the exemption, education exemption. So if you have a qualification which is higher than NQF 5, for example, what happens there? What is,
Okay, that's the equivalency exemption. So you can apply to the education department to be able to say to the education department, here's proof of my qualifications, and the education department will look at it and say, all right, we will exempt you from NQF 4 and NQF 5, but you have to write your PDE exams. Or we will exempt you from NQF 4 and 5 and PDE 4, but you have to write your PDE 5.
so I have to write to the Department of...
To us, to our
you.
education
Okay, that's what I'm
department
saying,
with
that,
us.
so it's within PPRA
Yes,
still.
it's in PPRA, and you can write to exemptions at the ppra.org.za. In that, you remember in my slide when I said to you, don't use that one because that's the one that will go to education, that's the one you're going to use for that.
Okay. And then also, when you spoke about the managing agents and those other
Yes.
industries, so when they registered,
Yes.
I know as an agent you probably can do sales and rentals, right?
Right.
But if you are a managing agent, for an example, can you then do other activities
Mm-hmm.
like sales, for an example, if you're now registered with the PPRA?
Okay, now if you're registering as a managing agent, you then operate in the managing agent industry. So that means you can only do management of property. Your sale and lease of property falls under estate agent industry. So you will have 2 FFCs. You will register yourself as an estate agent, or if you are already registered as an estate agent, you will keep that. You will keep your estate agent FFC. And you will then register your same firm or a different company if you want to, as a managing agent, and you will get an FFC for that. Okay?
Lastly, is there payment for the exemption, the certification exemption?
There isn't at the moment. There may be if we change if the regulations change, because they are, sorry? Oh, the equivalency exemption. Yes, the equivalency exemption there is. Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant section 4. There isn't a fee. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but they will be able to tell you if you call the call center. Okay.
Deborah,
Yes.
my name is Vivian Ganzin.
Hello, Vivian.
I've written the Estate Agent Board exam 1993,
Right.
and I was operating, but then I sort of thought if ever I go to Cape Town, I'll be okay. But then in Cape Town, when I arrived there, it was very, very difficult for your office to communicate with your office in order to re-register. But then after some times I had to leave everything, and then COVID was there. After the COVID, I came back here at home and tried to re-register, but I couldn't just register anymore. And I was a principal at the time. What should I do? Because the other thing what I realized is that there's this saying that the last exam of 1993, those people can never be considered. But then what really surprised me, anybody who has done any other courses, if ever you want to go back to that course, whatever course he's doing, they can rather say, okay, because of some changes, you'll have to write maybe exam 1, then you qualify again. With estate agents, they're saying, I've got to start from the scratch. I don't understand why. Thank you.
Okay, the reason for that is you must remember that this is a regulated industry, okay? It's an industry that is regulated by a government act. It's an act of parliament, so it's a law. And the one that you wrote was fine when you wrote it, and it was fine for a lot of years after that. And then in 2008, the government passed the new regulations on the education standards of training for estate agents. And that said, you now require an NQF 4 and an NQF 5 and a PDE 4 and a PDE 5 if you are going to be a principal, all right? What it also did was it said, if you are currently operating as a principal and you have operated for the last 5 years legally and you've got your FFCs for the last 5 years, we will exempt you from those qualifications. You don't have to do them. It's fine, all right? But if you can't produce that, then you must do those qualifications, and you've got 2 years to do those qualifications, okay? So that's why they will not register you again as a principal, because you have not acted in terms of the 2008 regulations to say, all right, I needed to go back and I needed to, and you could perhaps if you'd come to the education department and shown them, these are the times that I worked, this is, you might be able to do an RPL, recognition of prior learning, you might be able to convince them that on the basis of your previous qualification, it's equivalent to some sort of new qualification and you might get an exemption from part of it, okay? But if you didn't do any of that, then you have to write those exams, okay? And that's in terms of the law. So unfortunately, we don't have the right to say to Parliament, sorry, we don't like your laws, go away. We'll just do what we like, okay? And so it does operate it makes it difficult for some people, okay? Yes.
Sure. Yeah, it's me. It's my turn. Yeah, I'm here. Mustn't forget I'm talking to an advocate, so I need to be cognizant of what I'm saying.
Please don't worry.
Because this presentation just stirred some like emotions that wants to make me scream. Because Jongo Baba, I might not be in 1993, but Naming Pale, I wrote my estate agent's certificate then, where we just read that yellow book, and then, and the sad thing is that with this, we started with transformation. That was a beautiful presentation regarding transformation, and it was encouraging, and one was seeing the light to say, okay, they're opening the gate now for blacks to come into the market, and now we come to this presentation, and it's got all the barriers there that makes it so impossible for a black person to come through, because now you look at the industries, your brawls, your old mutual properties, your PICs and whatnot. There are no those qualifications. I worked in those companies. Those qualifications don't exist. And as a black person now who wants to work into that space, I come in and now there are 10 commandments that prohibits me to get even into that space because of now you're making it so difficult, yet talking transformation on the other hand, and with this regulation, regulations, and we were not even part of those regulation making, whatever. We were not called to say what is our input in order to pass this law into action. So it contradicting itself. The first presentation and this presentation contradicts itself, considering the fact that majority of brokers out there who are milking it. I look at an estate agent, at a typical example, these properties where it's only certain exclusivity, only certain brokers can work there, only certain architect can come and do the work there. So you are closing the gaps. Like, I'm so, yeah.
I don't know, Deli, would you like to come and address that?
I think Deborah did say that some of the processes that we implement are simply because we are guided by regulation. We act in terms of what the Act says. And I hear you saying that you know, these regulations are anti-transformation. But remember that when this legislation, which is the PPA, came into being, there was a lot of consultation with industry in terms of what do you as industry want for yourselves going forward? What are the qualifications that you think are relevant for your industry? And I was part of the legislation for over 5 years. We went across the country, we consulted. Transformation came out very firmly from people saying, we want transformation. May we remember that when we bring transformation, we must bring transformation that will equip you, that will upskill you. We don't want to bring transformation and still have that barrier of skill lacking. Because if we still have that, then we will give you the money. And once we let go, you'll not be able to survive. So I hear there are some issues when it comes to qualification, but I know that we are capable of doing this. We sit with people in the industry who have qualifications, and as I speak, we've even reduced the exam to be a take-home. In the spirit of transformation, there are people out there who have said, we cannot have a take-home. You are trying to squeeze in every black person, but no. So I'm saying, I hear your cry, but let's normalize the fact that when we are here, we should be able to stand and speak to the skill and qualification that we have. I should be able to partner with Deborah, being an advocate and I being an attorney. So let's know that it's not meant to take you out of the industry, it's meant to capacitate you. Let's sit down. As we begin, we are going to be having consultations, because the Act says let's consult on the new educational qualification. As we consult, let's again sit down and find other ways that we can make this qualification easier. But qualification, we must be qualified. There is no other way. I, for one, am qualified, and I'm not going to sit here and push transformation without qualification. It doesn't work. So we hear you. We understand you. Even the gentleman there that left the industry and went, can we speak outside as to how we can help you? There's RPL, which is meant to take cognizance of your experience in the industry so that we can bring you back. There is regularization that we use for non-compliant people so that we can help them through transformation to become compliant. The exemption part is also meant to assist us. My plea is let's get qualified.
Not to make it too much of a dialogue, but one did the likes of your BPP, PDP, I did all those things. I'm not excluding, I'm not saying you don't have to educate yourself within. One did through all those things through the university, through SAPOA, when SAPOA was offering that with University of Pretoria. We did all that because that was part of the requirements. And now PPRA comes and then erase all that. Now we have to have another, that's where my...
I think it's a lack of information and understanding. Let's talk. So that we can meet each other, because that's not true. And remember, when we go out there as black people and tender, those private sector, they will put the requirement for those qualifications, and then we won't qualify. So thank you.
Thanks, Deli. Thank you for that, Deli. Yes, anybody else I can help?
Yes, it's me. It's Busi. My question is regarding the trust account.
Yes.
And the audit. I want to find out if there's no other way that PPRA can help us. The auditors are milking us blind with the trust account when we have to submit. We pay an arm and a leg, you know, and only to find that some of us, we are only auditing 20,000. That's in the trust account and not even that much. Is there no way that a PPRA can have either internal auditors that can help or another way of us not using auditors who are milking us blind so that we can submit? Because if we don't use auditors, we don't submit, you fine us. So we are not winning. And it doesn't help with the black business that is not doing so well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is a huge problem with transformation. And I must say, I think most people who are principals and have their own firm, when you're operating in a lower income environment, you are paying the same audit fees as everybody who's operating in Sandown and in Hyde Park and in all those kinds of areas. And it makes it extremely difficult. We did manage in the new regulations to be able to have a requirement that if your turnover is less than 2.5 million, you don't need to have an auditor. That's per annum. But the problem with that is that in terms of the auditing standards, for auditors, there is no way that you can have a trust account and have it reviewed. In terms of the auditing requirements, you have to have your trust account reviewed. So if you don't have a trust account, you can be, I mean, if you're exempted from having a trust account, then you don't need to pay an auditor, because then your business accounts can be reviewed by an accountant, okay? But as soon as you have a trust account, that's when the problem starts, because that's when you have to have an auditor. And this is something that we've talked about, and I think it's something that Transformation Fund is going to be able to look at as we go forward. And it's something that I've argued about for many years, to say that we need a panel of auditors who will say, we will cap our audit fees at this. And if your turnover is less than a certain amount, or your trust account turnover is less than a certain amount, we will only charge you X or Y, even if we have to subsidize it a little bit or something, you know, to make it affordable. But that definitely is a problem, and it's something we're looking at. Okay.
Hi, my name is Mandla.
Hi.
I think it's a similar question or similar concern about that one of trust account. On my registration was done at the edge of the transformation period. Last year, I think it was end of January to February. Then I was told that I will be put under category of exemption. I don't know how many times did I went to your office to submit the application for exemption. That was not done. The last one that I still have a copy of, which is this one, was rejected by your auditor and said I should do there must be an auditing. And
is that because you have a trust account, sir?
yes, and my company was never traded. The similar concern of the lady there, the auditor that I've appointed, in order for me to do those books and etc. that are required, they charge the arm and a leg. The requirement is not like in an olden days whereby they will say, okay, you have not traded, then this is an exemption. So it's a serious frustration. As I'm speaking now, I'm sitting with penalties. I don't know what to do, because I go to the office say go to the auditor. Go to the auditor, I want this much. So I'm just caught between the hard wall and the rock. So it's a serious problem, specifically for the transformation, and specifically, as the lady said there, how do you accommodate black people in such a manner? Because it sounds as if the regulations, yes, were drafted, but there was no special clause that will cater for those kind of small businesses. The clause were just a clause that will cover every state agent, despite of where you are at a particular moment.
Yes, as far as your position is concerned, when you have a company or a firm that is dormant, that is not operating, for heaven's sake, close your trust account. Because if that firm, while your trust account is open, you have to audit it. So if you're dormant and you're not using it, you're going to be paying for nothing. Okay? So close your trust account and advise us and send us a letter saying, my trust account is closed, please can you deregister this firm? Then you can register it again when you're going to operate. Yes, but the problem is it may be closed, but we cannot deregister that company until the audit is done for those years that it was open. You see, and that's in terms of the Act. It's in terms of the law. It's not something we have the right to be able to say, well, we're just going to ignore the law in this case. And the reason for that is because you must remember that a trust account holds other people's money. It holds consumers' money. And I work in the claims department. And so claims against the Fidelity Fund come through me as well. And you will not believe how many millions and millions and millions of rand are stolen by property practitioners who steal trust money. So, you know, I have an old lady who is, in fact, I was in court 2 weeks ago giving evidence against two people who were property practitioners who stole money, trust money, from people whose granny had died. She died, they wanted to buy money with a property with the money that she left them. They were going to sell, yes, that's the house over there, you're going to look, yes, all the rest of it, okay, it's going to be done, you pay the money into this account, and they paid it into that account, and phew, it's gone. Never see him, never see 280,000 rand again. Okay? Now it turns out he didn't have a Fidelity Fund certificate either. All right, so he was operating illegally. And that's why trust accounts are so important, because it deals with other people's money. And that's what the attitude of Parliament is. So the answer is for us, as I said, to try and find a way in terms of which we can get the auditors to come to the party and say, please, give us somebody, make sure that everybody has to spend maybe 1 year doing auditing for a lower amount, so that we can assist with situations like that. But unless they change the Act, and they won't, because the Act's just come in. And let me tell you, we consulted with everybody for years before that Act came in. We drafted, we sent them our recommendations. Most of our recommendations were not included in the Act. They ignored them. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
It's going to be a quick one. So
Okay.
I just needed to verify some information.
Yes.
Is it true that as property practitioners, if you do rentals, in future you'll be required to have a separate FFC for that?
No. If you're an estate agent, you can do rentals, you can sell properties, you can market, you can do any of those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it's a pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you for that. I think also, from the presentation that she did, if you want to be exempted from holding a trust account, I think that can be another option, until maybe you are ready to open a trust account that you can run. We're going to go to part B of the program. It's going to be very short because we have only 3 speakers. For now, we're going to present on First Home Finance, and I'm sure you've seen it before. It used to be called FLISP. So the minister has changed it now to First Home Finance. They're going to explain who qualifies and how to apply. So today, the speaker, his name is Mr. Matthew Sidu. He is the program manager at NHFC, and he's going to take us through First Home Finance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sis Naledi. We are really grateful to have this opportunity to speak about this program, which is called First Home Finance. Maybe for introductory purposes, my name is Matthew Sidu. I'm from a company called NHFC. So First Home Finance is one of the products that we do, but we do many other things that are aimed at uplifting up-and-coming developers, and as well as intermediaries. So basically, just our journey, we were established in 1996, and then in 2018, we actually merged with the Ralph. Ralph is a company that used to finance people who are building properties in the rural areas, as well as Nacha, who was a company that was assisting developers. So we merged because with the aim of establishing a human settlement development bank. So that's what we are hoping to achieve at the end. So as the NHFC, our target market are people who are earning, or households who are earning up to 22,000 a month. So we actually target developers, we target social housing companies. Also, we have got a geographic representation. We are based here in Gauteng, but we've got offices in city of Cape Town as well as Port Elizabeth. So we are a self-sustaining company. We are 100% owned by the Department of Human Settlement. We obviously, we were capitalized once in 1996, and then now we raise our money in the capital market. So the mandate is to provide wholesale funding in the affordable housing market space. As I've said, we target the social housing companies, but intermediaries as well as property developers. Our product offering really is to provide innovative wholesale financial solutions utilizing both debt and equity instruments. The net asset value, it's about 4.8 billion as we speak. We employ about 119 employees. Actually, now it's actually about 156. I'm going to jump this slide because that's what we have spoken about. This is who we try and fund as the NHFC. Maybe just to speak about what we're here for today. So we're talking about First Home Finance. First Home Finance is commonly known as FLESP, those of you who have been around for a little bit longer. So it's simply a once-off subsidy instrument that is aimed at assisting people who are buying properties for the first time. So this is not a loan. It's actually a grant that you get from government when you buy your first property or when you build your first property. So it was put together by the Department of Human Settlement back then in 2005. We are targeting people who are earning between 3,500 up to 22,000. Generally, you will understand that these are the people that are earning a little bit less when they come to go to the banks and apply for home loans. But also when they come to government, they are told that you are working, so you don't qualify for a fully subsidized house. So that's the gap that we are trying to bridge. So the maximum amount that they qualify for is 169,265. Again, this is not a loan. We give it to you once when you buy or build your first property. The minimum is 38,911. So it's on a sliding scale. If my salary is 4,000, I'll probably get the 169. But if my salary is closer to 22,000, I'll get the maximum, which is 38,911. Now, we have been doing this from 2005, assisting people who are buying with mortgages, meaning the mortgage-backed home loans. So these are people who are buying in urban areas. They will go to a bank, they will speak to a property practitioner, sign the offer to purchase, go to the bank, apply for a home loan, come to us so that we can assist them with this subsidy. The only thing that we're trying to achieve is that if you've got a bond of 500,000, you qualify for 100,000, we'll put it into your home loan. You now ultimately have a bond of 400,000. So obviously we ask the bank to recalculate your installment so that you can pay an affordable installment, and we're hoping that you'll be able to keep that particular house over the duration of that home loan. So we will continue to assist people who are buying in urban areas who are using mortgage-backed loans. But then with the policy has been enhanced to assist people who are buying actually in the rural areas. So if you know somebody that is wanting to buy in the rural areas or want to build there, they are more than welcome to talk to us and we'll be able to assist them. If you are a property practitioner wanting to grow into those areas, we will be here to assist you. So basically, in the rural areas, you find that there are people who will say, look, Matthew, I work for this company. I don't want a debt. I've got a site that has been given to me by the chief or the king or the traditional authority. I don't want a debt. So we will process that application. If that person qualifies for 169, we will build a house that will cost 169. They can, extend whenever their, economic situation improves on their own. So, but then you get a person that will say, look, I want to build also, I'm in the rural area, I want to build, but I want to take an unsecured loan because I don't know what will happen if I pass on. I want to leave my kids and my wife with a house. And then obviously we can say, look, how much loan do you have? I've got a loan of 50,000. I want to augment it with First Home Finance. Then we can help you to buy a better property or to build a better property. Some people have been working for companies for a very long time, and banks such as ABSA, I think, as well as, I think it's Standard Bank, actually Standard Bank and FNB, I think they still issue the pension-backed loan. So some people will say, look, I want to take a loan against my pension, and then we allow them to actually apply for this subsidy as well. And then the GEHS is basically Government Employee Housing Scheme. It's a separate market. We are saying even if you work for government, we will assist you. Obviously, if you don't work for government, we will assist you. So it could be us here. It could be those that are fortunate to help us who are qualifying. Please bring them through. Ask them to call us. If you know a neighbor that is really want to buy a property, please let them come through. We'll assist them. We also assist people through what we call the employee assisted housing program. We see that in mining companies where the mining is able to give an employee so much when they buy a a property or they build a property, we call them to apply for this subsidy, and then they can build better properties. Some of us grew up in community where we've got what we call the community saving schemes. They are commonly known as stokvels. So sometimes they will say, look, this year we are giving our member, say 100,000 because that member wants to build a house or buy a house. Then obviously we'll say, here is your 100,000, you qualify for 169, then you've got 269. Can we help you to build a house for that 269? And then we've got people that are buying through the installment sale agreement. We'll be able to assist them. Some people start with renting. So when they exercise their right to buy, we'll be able to assist them. And then we've got people who will say, look, I've worked for this company for so many years, I got retrenched, they gave me 300,000, now I'm working for this company, so I qualify for the subsidy because I've never owned a property. So they will say, I've got my own money, which is 300,000. Here is a property in Jabulani being sold for 500,000. Can you give me the subsidy so that I can add with my savings and be able to buy the property? We are able to assist them. And then we've got people that are buying through the IRDP projects. These are projects that are run actually by provinces. When they issue service sites, we are able to assist those people when they build. And then the PTOs, we see this in the rural areas because there is no title to the land. They give you the permission to occupy. If you've got that document and you want to build, we'll be able to assist you to build. Now, this is just a snapshot of what you qualify for. If my salary is between 3,500 up to 3,700, I will get the full maximum, which is 169. If my salary is about 12,000 up to 12.7, I get 104. So you can see the more I earn, the lesser it gets. If I'm getting 22,000, I will get the minimum, which is 38,911. So this is basically a table that shows that if my salary is so much and you can qualify for so much. So it will help the property practitioners here, because if somebody earns a salary of 10,000, one person will say, look, you qualify for nothing. But the truth is we can be able to assist that person with 117,000 as a deposit. So you can say, look, the person has got 117,000 as a deposit from government, and then obviously when you apply for that house, say it's in Jabulani, it's for 400,000, you can say in the bank, I'm applying for 100,000 minus 120. So basically you are qualifying for, they will be qualifying for anything for about, 120, 400,000 minus 120, that's about 280. Surely that person that earns 10,000, all of a sudden they can actually be able to buy a property. We know you don't get a lot of those, but if people look deeper, they do find some of these things and we are able to assist them. That's all we are saying, we're encouraging them to do. But remember, also in this market, especially in the affordable housing market, people cannot save up for the attorney's fees. If I'm buying a property for 500,000, chances are I'll be expected to pay about 5% of that for attorney's fees, both the registration and transfer. If they qualify in terms of this subsidy instrument, we will be able to pay into the attorney's trust account once they are ready to lodge, or we can pay for the attorney's cost once they've signed the bond documents as well as the registration documents. Okay, colleagues, I think I found the trick. Okay, basically, so the issue is what can you do with this money? We assist people to buy an already built house. So if there's a house that has been sold in Jabulani, I want to buy it, then it will allow you to do that. But some people want to buy a stand. We are saying, yes, we can help you to buy a stand as long as it's connected to municipal services or off the grid resources. Where possible, we'll assist you, and it must be zoned for housing. But also some people will say, look, I own my stand, I want to build. We'll be able to assist them when they do that. Some people get their stands through the IRDP projects. We'll be able to assist them when they want to build. But some people get those stands through PTOs. As I've said, in the rural areas, they get the PTOs. We'll be able to assist them. Very importantly, we can actually assist them to pay for their attorney's cost where possible, because we know they cannot save for their attorney's cost. Now, who can apply? All South African citizens, as long as you are earning between 3,501 up to 22,000, you are the person that you are looking for. You must be at least be legally competent to enter into a contract, because that is the nature of buying properties. You and your spouse must be someone that has never benefited from any government-assisted housing program. And also, we expect you to earn between 3,500 up to 22,000. Now, these are the documents that we require when you buy a property. I'm sure as property practitioners, we are used to this document. If I'm buying a house in an urban area, I will get an approval in principle from the bank. Then you'll be able to apply for the subsidy instrument. If I'm buying in the rural areas, if I'm buying through Stokvel, I will give the resolution that the Stokvel has given me so much. Then I'll be able to buy. If I'm buying using my own resources, you will just give us the proof of those own resources. Then we'll be able to assist you to apply. Again, with the agreement of sale, if I'm buying a property, or even in urban areas or in rural areas, will be able to apply. Very importantly is that the letter of allocation for the Portico must be issued by a government-recognized traditional authority. The income, it's very important because it helps us to determine how much you qualify for. So we don't use overtime, because overtime you don't get it all the time. You can, I'm doing stake taking, I'm working for Edgar's, I'll be getting overtime. But after that is done, I will not get it. So we prefer to use the basic income, not the income that is incidental, then can be stopped at any time. We assist people who are self-employed. Self-employed people come in many ways. Some estate agents are self-employed. We can be able to assist them because they can give us their income statement. We can see how much they draw as income. But it gets tricky when you get a person that is working here at the taxi rank who is selling fat cakes and those plates to taxi drivers. The truth is those people are actually self-employed. They've raised us. Some of them are our mothers. So they do have an income. We need to find a way of assisting them. So we do assist them, and we always encourage them that, look, when you get your money, try and bank it so that you can have some records. Where you don't bank, when you buy when you do your, what do we call this? When you go and stock, keep those slips so that we can see that, okay, on a daily basis, this is what is happening. This is how much you're spending. This is how much you do. Then we can be able to determine how much you can draw as income. You will remember, if I'm a taxi driver, if I'm making 500 Rand a day and I deposit every day, it's not my income. It's actually revenue. I've got to pay other expenses. Maybe I'm paying off that car, for services and all those kind of things. So we encourage people to keep records of those things so that you can be able to assist them when they build a property. Now, we don't want people to come to our offices when they apply. In the olden days, you will run around with application forms, a lot of supporting documents. You go to an office, they tell you that the documents are lost. Now you must start afresh. So we've actually built a system through which people can apply. So if you are a property practitioner, we simply give you access to our system, meaning that we create a profile for you so you can apply on behalf of your customers. You can apply with the system sitting at your own home. If you've got those phones where you can be able to go to our website, to go to our portal page, you can apply, upload documents sitting in the comfort of your own home. Or if you're a property practitioner, when you get to the office, you've got an application that you're applying for a home loan, you can actually apply for this subsidy as well. The good thing with our portal is that it gives you two options. Some people prefer to apply for a pre-approval. So my name is Matthews, my salary is 5,000. Give me that pre-approval because I want to go and shop around. We'll be able to assist them. But once I've identified the property that I want to buy, you come to us, you do the formal application, we are able to assist you. So, but we know that in our market, there are people who don't have smartphones, they don't have access to computers, no laptops, any technology. Those people who have created a call center for them, they call us on 010085 2199. Through that, we are able to, these call centers are actually, we have employed people who can speak all South African languages. So we are able to explain to them in their own language, and we are able to take them through the system when they apply, and we apply on their behalf. This is what we've spoken about. In terms of the disbursement, the only thing that we don't pay the money into a personal account of a person, because that person might be tempted to buy a car, then it's a problem. We want to help people to have houses, and we prefer to buy, if we are buying a property, we can pay to the bank because we've got a home loan, we can pay to the provincial department because we are buying a stand, you can pay to the attorney or municipality because you want us to pay for the attorney's cost. If you are building a property with an NHBRC registered contractor, but I need to say this because contractors, sometimes they say, I'm building this house for 169, can I have my 169? Unfortunately, when you deal with money, you don't do that. If you are a contractor, you first have to do work and then tell us that this is what I have done, can you pay me? So we pay them on progress payments. I must be very clear about that. We don't want to give people money, then they disappear. And I'm not saying that they do disappear, by the way. We deal with very honest South Africans. Some people are saying, look, for instance, I'm a small developer. I'm building a house for this person. Obviously, we want to pay on building or on progress payment. Some of the contractors will say, look, I don't have money even to buy a brick. So what we do is we help them. If they are buying through, let's say at cash build, we can help them to buy the material. They will go and work. Then once they've done work up to a particular stage, then we can pay them for their labor. So it always helps, especially those that they don't actually have a lot of money or they don't have a balance sheet. Housing cost, I've already spoken about that. That it's simple, we pay to the attorneys. Okay, this is my friend Tebuho. My name is Matthew Sidu. So you can contact us. We are ready to assist you. And maybe we can take questions. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Victoria, and I would like to say to Matthew, what a lovely presentation. I've been using FLISP for my clients. I'm a property practitioner as well for Keller Williams. And I am so happy. And thank you for bringing this type of assistance, especially when it comes to the bond cost and the transferring cost, because we find that people who are earning a lower income and they get 100% bond, before flips couldn't even help. They would put the money into the bond, but it couldn't assist with paying the cost. But now I'm happy that it has actually changed for them to be assisted with the bond and transferring costs, because we find of lots and lots of people who are buying houses here, especially in the locations. Sometimes they would qualify for bond, but they don't have. And sometimes they don't even know that when you buy a house, there's transferring costs, there's bond costs they need to pay. So we educate them as whenever we start starting the process with them. The second thing is I would like to have more information, especially on what you've touched base on, especially people who have sites in the rural areas. Because you find that some other people, let's say, for example, people are working for Pick It Up, then they'll be given, I don't know what fund is it called, but they'll be given a certain amount so that they can build. But you find that that amount is very little. So, and some, they don't know even if there's any suppliers where they are, which can be cheaper, because you must remember, things in Joburg sometimes are cheaper than the things in the rural areas. So how best can we get assisted to that group of people quickly, so that, because now they said it's got a certain term. I don't know for how long do they have that money be available for them, so that flips can assist NHFC, is it right? Can assist so that they can be able to build their dream homes. Thank you.
Good day again, Matthews. My question, Matthews, is on the part where you talk about the first-time home owners. Sure. Yes, first time, oh, sorry, Mpumzeni wakanyembe futhi Prometheus. First time home owners. Look, obvious on the system, surely when we apply, I am sure it goes via this office to check ukuthi uMphumzeni akanandlu egameni lakhe. Now you tell me I've got a house in my name but through inheritance. How do you explain that? Because I have never bought a house, but abazali bami or umalume wami ungishiyele le ndlu nje edit office engiyavela njenge owner. Second of all, engifuna ukuyibuza futhi Prometheus ile ndaba le ukuthi look, the scheme started now 2005 I think you said. Is there no exemption? Uphumlane bought a house 1996, but usase petrol attendant. It was just imali ayiwine kumshayina wathenga le yandlu le. Usase petrol attendant isegameni lakhe, and now he ends in that bracket of, so can't he qualify? Ngiyabonga.
Good morning. Afternoon now.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Now you know it's not a scam, ne? It does exist, and we are paying to assist our people. We've got our own problems. You know, sometimes we stand here and say this works. I see a lot of familiar faces here, people who call me and say, but my payment is taking a little bit longer. It does happen, and we are able to sort it out. And thank you very much, Sis Victoria. Maybe you need more information in the rural areas. In the rural areas, I'm gonna put it this way. In one way or another, we are connected to rural areas. Maybe I'm here in Joburg, but chances are my parents are from rural areas. When we go to rural areas, there's nicely built properties there. We see them every day. Guess what? None of those properties, or at least most, maybe let me not say all, they don't have plans that are approved, because there is Ubab Situ that stays there that has built this one. Now I'm approaching him and saying, I want to build the same house, but I don't want my veranda to look that side. Mine must look on the other side. And this guy is doing a good job. So your question is relevant in that these are the things that we're saying. Remember, if I'm going to say to you, use an NHBRC registered contractor, then that C2 will feel, you know what are you talking about? Are you expecting me to write exams? Sorry, I can only build houses. I don't do anything. So what we have done is we are in the, actually it's in the finalization stage. We are having an MOU with NHBRC. The idea is that if somebody wants to build in the Eastern Cape, in Umtata, and there is a builder that can build, the only problem with that builder is that it's not registered with NHBRC. We are saying, don't worry, we will not get somebody from Gauteng who is registered, who's going to come and subcontract you. This is your job, you will do it. So in that MOU, we are saying to NHBRC, we will group these builders. If we have approved 10 subsidies in Umtata, we will say who are going to build. Let's say it's 10 different builders. We will call NHBRC to come down to Umtata and train them and register them. Because these guys, they've got the skills. The only thing is that they don't even know who is the animal called NHBRC. And my colleagues are here. I'm not saying you're an animal, but some people don't know. It's like PPRA. Some people don't know. They will say, now what must I do? No, it's always been there. You can be assisted. You just don't have the information. So that's what we are doing in the rural areas. We know that those houses don't have plans. We assist those guys to say, look, for compliance purposes, let's get you an architect to draw these plans. Remember, we can use the very same subsidy where we can help them to pay. Because once you say to a person, yeah, but the building plans are 4,000, this person will say, sorry, I will build it my own way. We don't want that. So we are not perfect there, but we are getting there, but we are negotiating with NHBRC, and I'm sure we'll do a good job. Suppliers, very importantly, if again, at Umtata, we don't want people to buy building suppliers somewhere. If there is a local supplier, we're encouraging people to use those local suppliers because we want to create, economic situations in those communities. We don't want money to leave those communities. The architecture is from there, the contractor is from there, the bricklayer must be from there so that the money can move around there because that's the problem. The reason why we are here in Gauteng is because there are no economic opportunities where we come from. And we hope that one day this thing will end. Uputi Pumlan. Yes. This is very interesting. Remember, the forums that we live in here are our parents. But sometimes they pass on, they leave it to me. But I've got siblings. So obviously it's registered under my name, but it's not my property, it's a family house. That you can be assisted, my brother, but remember that is a special case. You need an MEC to actually look at your case and take a decision based on its own merit. You're correct. If you apply with us, among the searches that we run is one, we run our searches through Home Affairs to make sure that your ID is legit. We run it through a deeds office to make sure that you've never owned a property. But we also run it through National Housing Subsidy Database. Because remember, some people will get an RDP somewhere, they don't have the title deed yet, they come and apply, we will be able to pick you up. So it's very important that people understand that we don't just take it and approve, we run it through those searches. Very important, what do we do about the old people, which is a retrospective application basically of the subsidy? You know, my brother, let me give you a situation. I think my first speaker, Umama Uteli, said the property, I listen too much. The worth of the property practitioner's business is about something, 6 trillion or so. Now you can imagine, let's say 1 trillion of that is actually in the affordable housing market space. You can imagine if we allow people to apply, this money is gonna be depleted. We're not gonna assist the new people. So, but what is happening is that provinces are able to take decisions based on what the MEC want to do for their people in their own constituencies. I can tell you, in Gauteng, I know at some point it was 3 months. In KwaZulu-Natal, they do allow them to apply, I think from 2012. In Western Cape, they do it differently. So that is for the MECs. But we, as the NHFC, we are not doing it retrospectively at the moment. But obviously, we have, because we speak to bank, we've got MOUs with all the banks, major developers. They've asked us to actually raise that. They've asked us to raise 2 things. We've done submissions. Consider people who are applying retrospectively, that's one. Number 2, this 22,000 mark has been there from 2018. Some of the banks, some of the developers are saying, move with the times. The banks are defining affordable housing as someone who earns up to, say, 3.5 up to 30,000. We are expected to move with that because, the building material are getting much more expensive, property prices are getting much more expensive, so we need to move with that. We take that, we submit, then they process it and come back to us. Maybe the next batch of questions.
Hi, Matthews. My name is Monique. I just wanted to ask my question based on the attorney side. As you understand, the money gets paid on lodgement. We notify yourselves as the NHFC of our clients who've qualified for the subsidy. And now what happens in the deeds office is once you lodge, the matter undergoes examination, and then you come up on PrEP. And once we're on PrEP, we know that we can register. But I've had an instance where the funds were not received in trust, and then we could not register. You have 5 days to hold over, but the funds were not received, and we had to relodge. So I just want to know, is there any way that we can receive the payment to trust before lodgement, like notify you, we're ready to lodge? Can you start actioning it on your side? Just so we don't have the instance, because it also affects how we pay out our final accounts and our registrations as well.
Afternoon, sir. My name is Makosi. I just want to ask, is the 22,000, you do it individual? Because you find that someone is applying with the partner and both, the other one is earning 15 and the other one is earning 15, but together now is 30. So do you individual them or you do pay offer? Thank you.
Okay, Prometheus, Kikai, left ya how, left straight, yeah. Ke Moitshepile Kgodi Vienne. My question is on the flip side, because I remember during COVID, I'm a qualified distressed property advisor. So during COVID, most people lost their jobs and they had to sell. But those sellers who had fleeced before, and maybe or 2019, 2020 lose mosebetsi because of COVID. And then 2021, she wanted to sell. I had a case, I think 3 cases. And they were told that they cannot sell before 5 years. Now these people are unemployed. They approach the banks, they put them in the distressed property program, they call us, we want to assist them. But the fleece didn't allow that. I want to know from your side, does the First Home Finance still do the same? Because it was really frustrating work. So we want to check the negative and the positive of it.
All right, hello, Matthews. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, say I'm a property practitioner. A client has already bought the property. It's registered just 2 weeks ago. Is it possible to apply for fleece? They do qualify, they meet all requirements. Just want to find out on that. And secondly, can someone register the property under a company? Would you allow that using fleece?
Okay. All right. Good day, everyone. Mr. Soweto, I just wanted to ask a question because in fact, this week, I recently come across a client who said they have cash of 500,000, and they do not have money for transfer costs. So I just wanted to find out that, let's say somebody has a cash of that much, but they can't have money for transfer cost. Can they apply for flips in that regard? Because of this person, his name doesn't reflect well in the credit bureau. He's under debt review and everything, but they do have the funds in the bank. Can they be able to apply for flips or first home finance? That's my question.
Yeah, just the first one. It's not the first time we're getting this type of a challenge. Do we pay on lodgement? Remember, if you are buying in the urban areas, people will either ask us to pay for their deposit requirements which is from the bank side, meaning we must pay for the deposit. We always say we wait for you to lodge, then we pay. And now, some people will say, pay me for my cost. For my cost, we pay before lodgement, but once we have signed the transfers and the registration documents, we are able to pay. Now, the cost, sometimes some of those things happens where you request us to pay, it takes us, actually we were advised by the attorneys that when you want to do the property transfer, it first goes on lodgement. It stays there for about 5 to 7 working days. It goes on prep. From prep, then it can register after that. So this, even though we tried to stay on the 7 working days thing, it did not help us. So what we have done, we have signed MOUs with the banks, especially the 4 big ones and SA Home Loans. So now, when we approve something for ABSA,
or for FNB, for Standard Bank, we actually give them a payment schedule. We pay these monies to them into their suspense account, so that when you need a deposit, the bank can easily transfer, because they deal with those attorneys every day. So maybe you may have experienced this in the past. I think it's going to be better going forward because of those SLAs that we've signed with the bank. Only one bank, which is ABSA, said, look, guys, we will not help you to pay for the deposit requirements and the cost. Do that as the NHFC, but when you want money to pay into the bond, we don't pay it to the bond, because when you pay it to the bond, it becomes available as money that has been paid up front. Then people draw it and buy cars, and that's defeating the whole thing. So the other three banks said, pay it to us. We will deal with the attorneys. We'll deal with everybody. Then at least we then develop some reconciling mechanism that we need to know that we've given you so much. They must show us those property has taken place, bond has been activated, money is gone to the right people. Very importantly, 22,000. You know, we've got a problem in this country. Ne? You find that my wife is a domestic servant, and then I'm a minister. So my wife earns 3,500. I'm a minister. Salary is 2 million. Is it 2 million per annum? So let's say it's 150,000 rand a month. It becomes unfair for the person who does not have a house if you're going to assist a household that has got a joint income of 150,000. So what we do, we don't help individuals. We help household. So it's me, my salary is 5,000. It's my wife, 5,000. It's 10,000. Then we assist them. If my salary is 22,000 and my wife is 22,000, we are not saying that those people are rich. They are not. They probably need some type of assistance. But unfortunately for this one, you know, we're assisting households whose combined income is up to 22,000. Distressed properties. This is very interesting because somebody spoke about I think again it's Daly who spoke about a Transnet book or something. I know someone who has been asked by FNB to try and assist those people. They actually applied for the department to assist them to apply for those guys for retrospective, because some of them, it's a distressed property. They are owing about 60,000. And some of them, when they apply for this product, First Home Finance, they can pay off those loans. So it's something that is outside the policy. Normally, when it comes, we send it to national process and come back to us. It's outside the normal policy. But the normal policy says, you know, for us to assist you, you must be buying today. If you are signing up a client today, you go to the bank, you apply, and then you come to us, you apply. So basically, before it gets registered into your name, that's the normal way of doing things in terms of the policy we are implementing. Now, I know that there are people who are saying it was registered 2 weeks, I did not know about it. I will encourage the one who said 2 weeks to apply, please go to our website and apply. I am not promising you anything though, but just apply. Yeah, this is what happens to those, especially, I know, you know, when you apply for a government subsidy, like an RDP, you are not allowed to sell it for the first 8 years. So that applies here. When you apply here, we don't expect you to sell in a short space of time. But I must say that it is something that has been raised whenever we go. Remember, here, people are actually not getting the house for free. They are actually buying it. So whatever that you are contributing is about 10% or less. So it is one of those proposals that have been put forward to say people are complaining about why must they stay for 8 years. If I'm a newly graduate, I'm an accountant, I get a job, I buy a property in Hillbrow, then I get my promotions. All of a sudden I want to move to Sandton because I can. The issue is, why must I be kept for this? Because that flat, I bought it anyway. We only assisted them with part of that. So we are asking actually the department to look at that. We are hoping that it will be better. Very interesting. cash buyers. As I've said in the presentation, I work for Anglo Gold. For 20 years, I get retrenched, I get my 500,000. Now I can prove, very important, you need to prove to us that this is your 500,000. You did not take somebody's car and took it to somewhere and got money. We don't want that. I'm making an example. If I worked for Anglo Gold and then I got retrenched, I've got 500,000. I'm now in Jabulani. Here is a property being sold for 650. But now I work for Checkers, so my salary is 4,000. Then I qualify for 169. Of course, I can be able to buy that. It's a cash deal, and we are able to assist those people. Thanks. I think we can go to the next one.
Thanks, Bramet. Thanks, Bramet. Can I quickly come in on this one? My name is Jeff. I've got a client that was approved by the flips by then. I think it was 2021. And then it was not paid in time. After making so many queries, and then they said it's paid. And then we requested the proof of payment. They send us the proof of payment. When the client goes to the bank can't acknowledge that kind of a payment. Do you request the proof of payment to the banks once you made the payment? I'm still sitting with that kind of a problem. And how do you escalate as well those kind of challenges with flips? Because you run around with all those officials with emails, and it still doesn't yield results.
Was it done by us at LHFC?
Absolutely, yes.
No, it's fine. Please just send me that.
I will.
Yeah, actually what we need to see is that, remember, chances are we would have given you an email to say it has been paid. No. And then that particular bank, maybe it's ABSA. When you look at the statement that ABSA, the money is not paid. So that's what we need to solve. So we will look at that. I think just ask your client to draw the statement from the time when we said we paid. I mean, it's 2021. There's how many, 2 transactions or 3 transactions on a bond a month. So surely they should be able to print that. Then we can look at the proof of payment and look at that, because it's either it was paid to the wrong account or something. It's something that we can sort out.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sipiwe. The same name is Sibeko. You've explained which department do you visit, like SARS, banks, to check or to prevent or to allow the first-time buyers. But then, since the biometric system is not yet introduced, how do you prevent that? Just because the system that you've been quoting now are porous. I know it's for the fact that there are people who own property, they've been granted this, you know. So the only time that this thing will work, it's biometric, where I'll put in my whatever, maybe whatever thing that will prevent. But the system that we are using for now, it's porous. Number 2, the service stands. Does it include plan? Does it include this home insurance? Does it include the bond registration and transfer cost? So if it includes the insurance, is that insurance kicks in when I'm dead or kicks in when I'm retrenched? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Tatana, I have a question with regards to those people Baholanka Commission. Do you accommodate them as well? Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Happy Signorello. My question is, what is your turnaround time? Because we're losing lots of deals. Some of them, they fall through the cracks because of service delivery.
Can I go? Okay. So basically my question is on the people who are buying from the rural areas to say what kind of a letter and how do we know that that letter will be accepted and authenticated? Because, okay, so that's one part of the question. And then it also goes into people who have, what they call the 99-year leases and those kind of things. Because I've had a client who was trying to apply, and he said basically failed. And he was apparently buying from a place which has got a title deed, and they were willing to give him whatever paperwork that is required to say he's got legal occupation of the place. So like I say, like a 99-year lease kind of thing. So do you help them, and how do you then see if it's a real letter, and how do we know that that letter will be accepted?
Yeah. Hello, Matthew. Okay, my question is regarding the dependents. On the application, it requires that the applicant specifies if they have dependents or not, and if they do, they have to provide supporting documents. So my question is regarding those dependents, what really happens to them at a later stage when they want to apply for FLISP or first home? Yes. So what happens to them? Because they were part of this household that was assisted with this program, would that mean they would not qualify?
Okay. Okay. Prajeff, please assist us. There is one. Okay, yeah, sorry. Buddhist Pure, please assist us. I to see you. And I will tell you why. Most of the people that we deal with are simply honest South Africans who wants to buy properties. And we've assisted a lot of them. But we also know that there are those that are clever who will go around the system. So basically, all I need to do, we need to test those cases so that we can raise it. No, this is important, colleagues. We need to raise it as a risk in the company so that we find solutions to that. I don't believe we've got a lot of those, but I know that people will always try and go around the system if there's an opportunity. I just want to see those cases. Let's test them. Let's see how they went through. I think we can improve our system. It's very important. Savvy stands. Remember, my brother, we don't give you a loan. So therefore, the issue of the insurance is not applicable. Because once you qualify for this money, we simply help you to buy that stand. And obviously, it's up to you if you want to insure it and for whatever is in the house. We just want to see you owning a property. I'm not sure if I understood you correctly here. But now, in terms of the presentation, remember, we take basic incomes, right? Those who are self-employed and full-time employed. We don't use incidental incomes, which is your overtime and stuff. But if I am a property practitioner, my salary is actually a commission-based. So obviously, it is only in those cases where we ask for 12 months commission, because that helps me. Maybe this month I got 40,000. In the next 3 months, I've been getting 6,000, whatever. When we average it, people tend to qualify. So when your salary or your income is commission-based, we ask for 12 months, then we try and average it. But Happy, you raised a very important question. What is our turnaround time? With the system that we have developed, people who are using it, they tend to get their answers quickly. I can tell you now, our turnaround time is 21 working days because we spoke to the banks. We've got SLAs with them. They are happy that they can keep those bonds alive for at least 21 working days. So they are able to assist us, and we believe that is acceptable. If it's not acceptable, please raise an issue with us because we can be able to see what was the problem. If the system is simply automated, we only get involved when we check the quality of documents that we have sent. So one person will say, this is a payslip, this is an offer to purchase, and check those things. From there, everything happens automatically. We believe this new system is better. It's addressing those. By the way, turnaround time has been our problem for a very long time. It is for that reason we bought a system to try and deal with that aspect. What type of a letter? This is very important. What type of a letter? Our definition of a PTO is that it must be issued by a government-recognized traditional authority. So we look at the stamp, we are able to verify that this is legit. Or some of them are actually issued by municipalities. We are able to issue that. Now, again, it's a risk because somebody very clever can say, I've got the stamp from somebody, then I'm stamping. These are the things that happens. But we do actually verify to ensure that indeed this was issued by a government-recognized traditional authority. Dependent is a very important one because we also ask the national to look at this issue. We are assisting households. So if it's a husband and a wife, a dependent is not necessary because we are assisting a household. But if I'm single, my name is Matthew Sidu, I'm buying this property and I'm single, then a dependent becomes applicable because I'm buying alone. So therefore I must say, maybe I've got a child, I'll use my birth certificate. By the way, dependent does not have to be a biological child. I could be helping my niece, my nephew, as long as they're going to live with me in the property that I'm buying, they are my financial dependent. I think there's one question that has been asked, what supporting documents? If the dependent is a child, of course, the birth certificate will assist. If it's an adult, we'll look at the ID, but it must be accompanied with an affidavit. That affidavit must say, so-and-so is my financial dependent, and so-and-so will live with me in the property that I'm buying. So what would happen to that dependent when they qualify? That's the second question. Remember, if I'm a dependent today, when I grow older, I will no longer be a dependent. So obviously, those people will be considered because now they want to buy for themselves and their families. So they will qualify. Yeah, that's a good question. I will have to find an answer. I don't have it now because we've never assisted people who are buying through 99-year lease. Actually, even in the policy, we don't have anything that talks to 99-year lease. I can only refer it. If you can send me an email, I can refer it to our policy guys and see if they can assist us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. C. Thank you. Thank you so much. He's still around. If you have more questions, he will be here. I think once we are done, you can approach them outside. We will also share their details and their presentations. So that, yeah, thank you so much. That was informative. So now we're going to our next speaker. You know, as property practitioners, you've sold properties before and you've encountered someone telling you after that the roof is leaking. You know, what was I supposed to check? And in terms of compliance, do you check with the buyer or you check with the seller? So now the next speaker is going to clarify that. She's a professional architect. Her name is Kara Foslu. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the organizers for giving me a chance to engage with you today. My name is Cara. I'm a registered professional architect at Artec Architects in Pretoria. I'm part of a team of architects that work with residential, commercial, industrial, institutional, and multi-use buildings. So being in the industry for 20 years, I've developed a deep understanding of local markets, zoning laws, town planning schemes, environmental principles, and national building regulations. I want to use this opportunity to discuss the relationship between the duties and responsibilities of an architect and that of a property practitioner. I'm going to be relaying a lot of information that most of you might not know. So this presentation will be made available afterwards for those of you who are interested. I'd like to focus the first couple of minutes on the duties and responsibilities of an architect. What exactly does an architect do? Although most people think that we might only draw pretty pictures, I assure you that architecture is a highly specialized and regulated field. Architects must have a profound understanding of spatial principles, the environment, and any legal requirements that may govern the design and construction of a building. The architect's responsibility in the built environment is multifaceted and complex. And our duties and responsibilities include the following things: design, construction management, managing schedules and budgets, and resources allocation and management. So let me explain all of these in a little bit more detail. Architects are responsible for designing buildings and structures that are safe, functional, and aesthetically pleasing. Architects are responsible for overseeing the construction process to ensure that the buildings are built according to our specifications. Managing budgets and schedules to ensure that any project stays on budget and is completed on time. Resources allocation and management includes managing resources available to us, such as materials and labor. The profession is regulated by SACAP, which is the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. To become a registered architect, individuals must complete a rigorous education and training program. This includes a minimum of a bachelor's degree in architecture, followed by at least 24 months of practical experience as an intern architect. After completing the practical experience, individuals must pass the professional practice examination before being registered with SACAP. Overall, the architectural profession plays a critical role in shaping the built environment and is responsible for ensuring that buildings and structures we inhabit are built in accordance with the national building regulations and any town planning schemes and municipal bylaws that may apply. So as architects, we work closely with a range of professionals, including engineers, contractors, quantity surveyors, and many other specialists to ensure that the building is being constructed safely and efficiently. So what do architects and property practitioners have in common? The simple answer is the client, the end user. In bigger projects, that would be the developer. The difference is that while architects focus on the design and construction of building, property practitioners focus on the selling, leasing, and managing of properties. Strong communication and negotiation skills are essential for success in both fields. Although architects' duties and responsibilities differ greatly from that of a property practitioner, we are still just two parts of the very same industry. So I've mentioned the national building regulations and town planning schemes and municipal bylaws. So let me define what they are. The South African National Building Regulations are legal frameworks that govern the development and construction of buildings in South Africa. These regulations are designed to ensure that buildings are safe, functional, and ecologically viable. The building regulations set out minimum standards for the design, construction, and occupancy of a building. They cover a wide range of issues, including structural safety, fire safety, accessibility, and energy efficiency. These standards apply to both buildings, in both the public and the private sector, and are enforced by the local authorities. The local town planning schemes and municipal bylaws govern the use of land and the development of urban areas. They are designed to ensure that land is used in a way that is sustainable, legal, and in the public interest. Town planning schemes regulate issues such as zoning, land use, building density, and public services. So instead of just bombarding you with a whole lot of technical information, I'm going to break the national building regulations down into a few smaller parts. The key building regulations that may impact properties in South Africa include the following. Structural safety. So that means that buildings must be designed and constructed to withstand the forces that are likely to encounter in their intended use. This includes the requirements relating to foundations, walls, roofs, and other structural components. Fire safety. Buildings must be designed and constructed to minimize the risk of fire and to ensure that occupants can escape safely in the event of a fire. This includes requirements relating to fire-resistant materials, fire alarms, and emergency exits. Accessibility. Commercial projects and buildings must be designed and constructed to be accessible to people with disabilities. This includes requirements related to ramps, elevators, and any other features that make buildings accessible to people with mobility impairments. Energy efficiency. New regulations include the requirements of buildings to be designed and constructed to be energy efficient and to minimize the impact on the environment. This includes requirements related to insulation, lighting, heating and cooling systems, and most recently, water usage. These regulations and schemes are updated periodically and reflect changes in technology, building practices, and environmental concerns. So compliance with these regulations and schemes is mandatory for all developers, builders, and property owners. Failure to comply with these regulations and schemes can result in fines, legal action, or even the closure of a building. It is therefore essential that anyone in the property sector, including property practitioners and property owners, keep up to date with the latest regulations and schemes and work closely with architectural professionals to ensure compliance. It is so important for property practitioners to confidently counsel buyers and sellers on regulations to ensure that they are aware of any zoning requirements that may impact the transfer process, and to develop strategies for addressing these requirements in a timely and cost-effective manner. So how does this impact the property practitioner in the sale or lease of a property? The regulations and zoning restrictions may impact the ownership transfer in several ways. Firstly, property zoning. For example, if the property is zoned for a specific use, such as residential or commercial, the new owner may be required to comply with certain regulations in order to continue using the property for that purpose. This may include obtaining permits and approvals from local authorities, or making changes to the property to bring it into compliance. Zoning regulations may impact the value of a property. For example, if a property is zoned for residential use, but the new owner wishes to run a business from that property, they may need to apply for rezoning or a change in land use. Marketability. If a property is located in an area with restrictive zoning regulations, it may be more difficult to sell or lease, as potential buyers and tenants may be limited in their use of that property. It's important to note that while property practitioners can also specialize in certain types of deals like residential or commercial, all of this information may impact each of you differently, and the relevance may differ for each. So changing zoning restrictions can be a lengthy and costly process, and it may impact the value of the property. Something that I've been dealing with at the office at the moment is about a lady that contacted me late last year. She had put her property on the market, and shortly after that, she received an offer to purchase. But the buyer had requested approved building plans as a requirement of the sale. Since the lady had built a carport that was never approved, the responsibility for rectifying that contravention fell on her as the existing property owner. This application was submitted in November last year, and 6 months later, it still has not been approved. This scenario happens way too often. There's a well-known metaphor that perfectly describes this situation. Time is a silent thief. Because while she's waiting for the approved building plans, the transfer of the ownership has stopped. I will not be elaborating too much on what a property sale requires, as that's not my area of expertise. What I would like to do is I'd like to communicate some of my professional experience regarding this topic. The definition of a property sale is simply changing the legal ownership of a property from one party to another. It sounds simple, But it's important to follow the proper procedures to ensure that the transaction is legally binding and that the new owner has all of the rights and responsibilities associated with that property. There are a few important components involved in this process, and that is where you as property practitioners come in. Identifying and documenting the needs and expectations of buyers or sellers. This is an essential component of property ownership transfer that usually involves identifying and documenting the needs and expectations of any buyer or seller involved in the transaction. The property practitioner plays an important role in facilitating the process by gathering and communicating information between the buyer and the seller. This process helps to ensure that all parties have a clear understanding of what is required to complete the ownership transfer. Analysis of a property. So the requirements gathering process typically begins with a thorough analysis of the property and the possible transaction. This may include reviewing legal and financial documents, conducting site inspections, and identifying any potential risk or issues that may impact the ownership transfer process. In my experience, there's a clear absence of specific regulatory knowledge relating to the building regulations and zoning. This often leads to ownership transfers being paused for a lengthy period of time and sometimes even cancelled. This is where I believe there should be a third component: evaluating the relevant regulations, zoning, and bylaws. Are there approved municipal drawings? Are the drawings up to date? Have all zoning requirements been met? Will the owner need to submit plans before the transfer of ownership can be complete? Although most property practitioners and reputable real estate companies usually have a firm system in place to evaluate the saleability of a property, improving the effectiveness of these systems relating specifically to the construction regulation industry will be very beneficial. So did you know that it is a requirement of the municipality to have your building plans updated by an architectural professional in the following instances? Installing a gas stove, even if you have a certificate of compliance from the installer. Changing the arrangement of sanitary ware when redoing a bathroom or a kitchen. Building a carport or a similar lean-to structure. Building a swimming pool or splash pool. The building of a boundary wall around your earth. If you want to take a residential property and use it to run a business. Any change in sizes of windows and doors. If an existing patio gets enclosed. There will be plenty of time for questions afterwards. Now, where am I? If you add a mezzanine floor or a loft, in any of the above-mentioned instances, an application needs to be made to the local authority for building plan approval, or the zoning needs to be revised. This process can take anywhere from 3 months to a year, depending on the competency and procedural requirements of each individual municipality that may apply. Being informed on the status of the building plans is therefore an essential part of the information gathering process. Property practitioners are also responsible for managing rental properties on behalf of owners, and the same principles apply to those. The process usually includes finding tenants, collecting rents, and handling maintenance and repairs, but I believe it should also include advising the owner of regulations pertaining to that property. If referring to the leasing of commercial and industrial properties, did you know that these properties are required to seek municipal plan approvals in the following instances? changing the internal layouts of a shop or a restaurant, dividing shops or industrial spaces into 2 or more rentable areas, changing the internal layout of an office by adding or removing offices, even if they are constructed of drywall. Take my first point as an example. Installing a gas stove even if you have a certificate of compliance from the installer. We are all feeling the consequences of load shedding, and wherever possible, people tend to upgrade their electric stove to a gas stove. Even if you get the gas professionally installed and the installer issues a certificate of compliance, if the gas bottle explodes, your building insurance will not cover the claim. According to the regulations, the gas installation have to be submitted to the local municipality by an architectural professional and signed off by the fire department for it to comply. In another example, changing the internal layout of an office building by adding offices or moving walls has the possibility of fire escapes being blocked. Only the consultation with an architectural professional will ensure that escape distances and fire hose reels locations may stay within regulation. Failure to get these updates approved can have serious implications for the owner. I think that we can all agree how easy it is to contravene these regulations if you don't know about them. If a fire breaks out on that property, being able to prove compliance with the building and zoning regulations can be the difference between the insurance paying the claim and the owner suffering a catastrophic loss. Additionally, some properties have serious restrictions written into their title deeds relating to various aspects of the stand. This can include servitudes, building lines, or even height restrictions. It is therefore vital to approach an architectural professional before making any changes to a building. By following the proper procedures and seeking the assistance of an architectural professional, property practitioners can ensure that their sale and rental deals are successfully completed. Although we as architects are essentially responsible for the initial compliance to regulations of a newly constructed building, there's a major divide when it comes to the legal obligation relating to existing buildings. So who does the responsibility fall on to comply with these regulations during the property sale of an existing building? In South Africa, the legal responsibility falls on the current owner. It is the seller's duty to provide accurate information about the zoning status of the property to potential buyers. This information should typically be included in a sale agreement and should be verified by the property practitioner. If a property is not zoned correctly, the seller will be liable for the costs associated with obtaining the correct zoning, as well as fines and penalties for non-compliance. It is important for both buyers and sellers to be aware of the zoning status of a property before entering into a sales agreement. This is where it becomes the responsibility of the property practitioner. In addition to the core responsibilities, all property practitioners should stay up to date on regulations in order to provide clients with accurate and valuable advice. Okay, so I know all of this information can be very overwhelming, especially to those who are hearing it for the first time today. But that's why I think it should be made part of the basic training of any property professional. So improving the educational opportunities for training in the above-mentioned areas will benefit the overall skill and competency of any property practitioner. In the future, this schooling may include developing training programs that cover key topics such as the following. Zoning laws. This can include zoning, town planning schemes, and municipal bylaws. Standard national building regulations. This includes NBR and SANS 10400 Part A to W regulations. Current environmental principles. SANS 10400 XA, energy usage, and XB, water usage. This may also include basic knowledge about solar power or water catchment. And then potential impact of regulations on the value and marketability of a property. To give clients accurate and valuable advice with confidence. The main aim would be to equip property practitioners with the knowledge and skills necessary to confidently provide their clients with the correct advice. This can greatly enhance the role the property practitioners play in shaping the built environment in a safe, purposeful, and sustainable way. Through the years, I've realized that the relationship between architects and property practitioners is a crucial component in the development of any property. Architects need to work closer with property practitioners to ensure that the design of a building meets the needs of both the developer and the end user. With all of this in mind, how can property practitioners effectively manage the time frames associated with a property deal? If property practitioners are proactive in identifying possible delays and taking steps early on to mitigate them, non-compliance to building regulations can be rectified in a timely and cost-effective manner. This can eliminate the frequency of delays and cost overruns and other issues that may impact the success of a project. So in conclusion, property practitioners and architects play distinctly different but interconnected roles in the world of real estate development and construction. Collaboration is essential for the success of property projects. By working together, property practitioners and architects can leverage each other's expertise and skills to create successful and profitable real estate projects. At the end of the day, you as property practitioners will be selling what we as architects have created. That alone is motivation enough to open the lines of communication between the two industries and to work together so that we can both benefit. Thank you. So are there any questions? Bring it on.
Hi again, this is Busi. My first question.
Sorry.
My first question is, in Soweto currently we're having difficulties with the zoning, where you find a property has 4 rooms, outside rooms, and they say it must be rezoned. Or where you find a property has 3 and they say it's okay. Others, the banks will have, a property will have 6 outside room and the bank will approve. But others with even less, say for example 4, they won't approve because it has to be rezoned. What are the actual laws of rezoning and how many outside room one is supposed to have? That's question number 1. And number 2, others talk of if you do an outside cottage as a old age house, it's approved. What are the legalities there?
Okay, so in South Africa, according to the regulations, in any property that is zoned a residential one, that means you are only allowed to have 1 residence per stand. So that law requires anyone that wants to lease any part of the property to actually get it rezoned. But in most cases, in an area where there are maybe 3 or 4 bedrooms, that will not require rezoning. It might just require you submitting municipal drawings to the municipality. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I'll need to speak to you a bit closer about exactly what the scenario is. But as far as an outside room goes, the law specifically states that you are not allowed to have 2 residents on a residential one stand. So that means that if you want to rent out a property at the back of your earth, then you need to get it rezoned into 2 separate dwellings. That does not apply to when you have your elderly parents staying in your back room or in a flatlet connected to your house. It does not apply to that. And as I said, in a lot of cases, the law actually provides for you to be able to rent a certain percentage of your dwelling to someone else. I'm not sure about the exact specifics, but in Pretoria, in the city of Tshwane, for instance, the municipal bylaws state, because this, let me just say that the municipal bylaws normally regulate that, and that is different for each and every single municipality. So while in Tshwane, for instance, you are not allowed to rent out a larger than 20% of your total building area. So I know in Soweto the houses are small. Normally the entire house consists of 2 bedrooms and a small kitchenette. So in that instance, obviously the municipality will require you to get it rezoned. But that is unfortunately written into the law. So what I'm doing is I'm just relaying information so that you can be equipped to actually deal with a certain specific problem that might be at your residence. So yes, it differs from municipality to municipality, but it's usually 20%. I know in Durban it goes up to 35%. And the law also states that, or the municipal bylaws normally state that if you are required to do that, it doesn't necessarily have to be rezoned, but you have to get municipal approval for that. So it will differ from specific case to specific case.
Yes, Kara, good day. I noticed your surname is Foslo. I don't know whether you're from Frosloras. But I guess, seeing with your smile, surely you are from there. Kara, thanks very much for the presentation. It's in Mpumzeni Nyembe. My part with the relationship that you've just mentioned, that we are hand in glove with the architectures, assist me, because we find that now the client wants to sell his house and the house has already been improved, and now he mentions the price that he wants, and when you look at the surrounding, there's no way it can fetch that price because of the area. How do you assist property practitioners to kind of assist the client? Maybe 5 points says, look, doing the evaluation, if I check this and this and this, it tells me that your house, at the best, this is the market price that you should sell for.
Okay.
Thanks.
I can't specifically comment on the market value itself because that will differ from area to area. What I can say is that normally, if you have an approved building plan, that the area relating to that building plan, so in other words, say your house is 100 square meters and you have an approved municipal plan for 100 square meters, that size is actually directly related to the market value of your property. So if you've made changes, it will actually be in the owner's best interest to get the plans approved because your size of the earth legally approved plans will go from 100 square meters to 150 square meters, which might actually impact the market value. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, Kara.
Yes.
Kara, sorry, I would like to know about the people who extend their house to make them very high. How do the laws work there? Because I realize most of the time, those people, in order to make their house to be a high-rising place, they go to the what they call them, this building inspectors. And the very same building inspectors are the one now who are doing the plans, and therefore they automatically have the plan being passed by them. And then after, if ever you want to sell your house, then you've got a problem. How did you make a high-rising building in this area?
Okay, so that is directly related to what I mentioned previously, that certain areas have zoning restrictions governing that specific area. So most of the residential areas are actually, you are actually allowed to build 2 stories. The 2 stories will normally have a height restriction of, depending on the area, between 8.5 meters and sometimes up to 9.5 meters. That means that you can build your building 2 stories up to 9.5 meters. So that is something that is written into the zoning laws for that specific area and the regulations. So in some areas, that's why it's important to actually stay up to date with those regulations, because in other areas you might be limited to a 1-story building. What you've mentioned sounds to me like a bit of a corrupt official there. So I don't think that it is ethical for the building inspector to actually be the contractor as well. So in that regard, there are actually channels that you can lodge a complaint at the municipality itself. The corruption hotlines these days are so rigged that any of that kind of practices can actually be explored. So in short, any residentially zoned property can normally be built to 2 stories, but that will also then fall under the purview of a structural engineer. So that building inspector has actually then, so let's say, I'm going to use this example that's in the news nowadays, that building that collapsed in George. No one really knows what happened there, but it's a good guess that either the contractor or the engineer was at fault there. So if that building inspector actually, let's say that building was finished and the building inspector signs that building off, so he was the contractor, there will be a lot of legal ramifications because of that. So that practice where a building inspector is actually the contractor and signs it off is highly irregular and very unethical.
Okay, Kara, afternoon, Moitshepile Khodi again. Mine is very simple. As a property practitioner, if one wants to verify that he's dealing with the right person, I can produce my FFC or they can Google me. What about you architects? How do I know that I'm dealing with the right person? Because from what you've mentioned, those requirements, even the floor changing, I can tell you that 99% of Soweto is not compliant.
Yeah. Okay, so this, the architectural professional is very regulated. The same as what the PPRA is starting to instill in the property practitioners at the moment. So there are a whole bunch of regulations, and we are under an ethical code of conduct to actually design and build what the client wants. So the South African Architectural Board, as a regulatory authority, you can actually go to their website, search a name, and it will tell you immediately whether that person is registered legally or if they're not. So at the moment, most municipalities actually ask for the architectural professional to show their registration documents. That includes a yearly update of your registration. So no fly-by-night draftsman or anyone can countervent that process. So it's very important you as a client is actually allowed, or as a property practitioner, to actually ask for the registration documents of that architectural professional.
Kara, I just want to ask something. I hear that you said even the carport, it's on your list. We saw that a small thing as a carport need to be rezoned. So do they calculate the roofing, because the carport is just 4 poles, or they could be attached, small little, things attached to the walls and then there's a roof.
Yes.
ne? And again,
Okay, so you don't need to change the zoning when you're building a carport. What you will need is to submit building approval plans to the local municipality. So what they use is they actually apply certain restrictions to an earth that will include like coverage. Coverage is when you take the footprint of your roof. So the requirement will say you're not allowed to build more than 50% of your earth. So if you go and you put up carports around your entire earth, they will be in contravention. So the municipality, it's enforced by the local municipality, and they will then require you to actually demolish that or get it rezoned. So the rezoning process will then go, it will require you to change that 50% coverage to something more. So that's where the zoning comes in. A carport is actually a permanent structure. So according to the national building regulations, you are supposed to actually get it signed off by a structural engineer as well for safety. So I'm not a structural engineer. What I deal with is actually submitting the building plan. So a client will come to me, the carport isn't on the drawings, and we'll add it and submit it. Normally, it's just an administrative process. It doesn't normally take any rezoning.
I had a second question regarding the carport as well. I've got a client sold his property as a residential with a carport. Now it's been bought by a doctor, so he needs to rezone it. So now when it gets rezoned, is that going to be a problem that he needs to be carried on into the new owner, or the previous owner needs to deal with it? And again,
Okay. Now, I understand your question. So, in South Africa, the law does not require approved building plans. So, I think property practitioners, because it's such a big issue and people are unaware of the regulations, the property practitioners, in my opinion, should actually tell the buyer, listen, I think you should get approved building plans. But the property practitioners can actually take the plans, do a walk through the building, if they have the skills and knowledge, and actually identify things that are not approved. If the sale, so in South Africa, the law actually states that the transfer of ownership happens for the stand, not the building. So the stand is something that gets transferred in a property ownership, where the building itself is regulated by the national building regulations. So they are two completely separate entities. So if that transfer took place without the new owner actually requiring the approved building plans as part of the sales agreement, then that now falls on the new owner.
Yeah. Hello, Kara.
Hi.
I really realize that now it's a little bit problematic, because I've realized that so many crashes, daycare centers, operating in residential areas, whose job is to make sure that this compliance, is it belonging to the seller or a crash owner? Because we found that in residential areas there are daycare centers which have to have compliance, like water, bathrooms, and all those changes.
So the compliance with these regulations, according to South African law, always falls on the property owner. So if you as property practitioner get a property to lease out, and then you get a renter that's going to open a creche, then you are definitely required to find out what is the restrictions on that earth. As a property practitioner, you can then actually tell the owner of the property, because you are an agent of that owner, you can actually advise them in saying, listen, this new tenant is not actually applying to the regulations. So the owner should always be up to date to the regulations. If something had to happen at that creche, say a fire breaks out or heaven forbid, a child dies, it will be the owner's responsibility in any of that case, because it always falls on the owner.
Yeah, I've got only two. I won't mention exactly where in Soweto, the residential area, residential house. Is it allowed to make a 3-story house in Soweto? Then, second one, you spoke about COC. Were you referring to residentially or commercially or industrial? Yes, as far as schools, crash, yes, COC compliance must be there. But then as far as housing, residential housing, you don't find those. You don't find those, especially in Soweto.
Okay, so I can't comment on specifically in Soweto because each and every township in Soweto has different regulations applying to that and different zoning restrictions applying to that specific area. Well, that's something that we can actually check because I'm pretty sure there are zoning requirements relating to Soweto. Maybe it's something that I can research and send through to them if you want it to be made available. But in general, you're not allowed to build a 3-story building in a residential area. So that actually requires special zoning permission and for instance, I can give you an example. I'm working in Belito on a house that is on an extreme slope. So in that case, the municipality is granting permission to build 3 stories because the earth is so steep. So in Soweto, you don't have any of those requirements. So I don't think that any of the zoning requirements will allow you to actually build 3 stories. Okay, well, that's definitely something with that's what I'm saying. So with special approval, it's something that you need to get approved at the municipality. Sorry, let me just quickly answer that question about the COCs. A COC itself doesn't mean anything if it hasn't been submitted to the municipality. So a COC for anything relating to your gas installation, your electric installation, plumbing, all of that needs to be submitted to the municipality with your building plan approvals, and those documents are normally required for them to actually issue an occupation certificate. So just the COC, the certificate of compliance on its own is not sufficient.
Kala, what is the criteria the municipality is using to calculate the price per square meter? I had an incident one day whereby in the same street, 2 houses away, the price per square meter was not the same, it was different.
So normally that would be regulated by the municipality itself. I think it's highly irregular that 2 of them aren't the same because we, for instance, in Tshwane and in Joburg, in most big municipalities, it gets gazetted yearly, the price increase. So it's a legally binding percentage of your square meterage of your building plan application. So it's very irregular that those 2 would differ. There are specific things like, say for instance, you are submitting a house or let's say a carport, and that carport is 25 square meters big, but you've also built a boundary wall. So that boundary wall will actually get a cost involved for the submittance of that. So say, for instance, his neighbor is only submitting a carport, then the price will differ because each and every element that I've mentioned previously has a cost for application involved with it, and it differs from municipality to municipality. Yeah. I'm sure I'd actually like to actually research the zoning regulations regarding to Soweto itself. You don't want them to notice you. No, so they, like I said, there are instances that you're allowed to build three stories. It depends on the municipal bylaws itself. It differs from municipality to municipality. It's only the national building regulations that is governed by the government itself. So zoning, in other words, land use and all of that, and that includes things like the height of your building and the coverage of your building. Those things are regulated by the municipality itself. It's changeable, so there are instances where the municipality actually takes an area, decides, so say for instance the earths are very small, they may decide to say, listen, in this area you will be allowed to build 3 stories, but that differs from municipality to municipality. And just the last thing, I think, especially because property practitioners normally focus on specific areas, it will be almost impossible to give a lecture in every single area specifically for those regulations. So you as property practitioners really need to just go on the internet, search the regulations, make sure you know in your specific area where you're working that you know exactly what is required. Yes, thank you. Is that it? Thank you.
So now our last speaker, the first speaker was touching on transformation, and she did mention that to professionalize the industry, we have to be educated. So now the next speaker will highlight on the benefits of education as property practitioner within the industry, in respect to transformation. His name is Mr. Thabo Ngwenya. He is the executive director with Charter Academy. I'm sure you've seen their banner there, and they've mentioned they are a training provider with the PPRA. Mr. Ngwenya, you can come through. You can either.
Audio page.
Do you want to click here or use this one?
Yeah, I'll use that one.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be one of the speakers in this auspicious occasion. Today has been a transformation-oriented day. As the program director has introduced me, my name is Thabo. I represent Charter Academy, a further education training college situated in Johannesburg. So today has been a day of transformation indeed. From the first speaker, where Ms. Deli Nkambule outlined the broader specifications in terms of transformation from the property practitioner's point of view. I'm going to also touch on that aspect, and we're going to home in on education. Advocate Vial also touched on the importance of registration. Where does it fit, and how does it fit in all the real estate sector, space. She also mentioned transparently so on what processes must be undergone for one to be a fully fledged real estate agent. First Home Finance by Matthew Sidu explained the importance of property practitioners being able to actually assist consumers on how to apply for first home finance. It's very important in the sense that it also talks to transformation, because people normally do not afford houses, but through accessing first home finance, they'll be able to. And also, it also opens the market for you as property practitioners, a very important aspect, I must say. And then Kara also mentioned the importance of architects and property practitioners. I saw it's a very complicated subject, but very informative. I think if it can be included in all the transactions relating to real estate, again, I'm afraid to mention the fact that the issues around Soweto, they are too much to think about. But anyway, it's a very important aspect. I didn't know, for instance, that architects and property practitioners can work hand in hand. So Kara has given an idea, which is another pathway in the property practitioner sector. Transformation in education is very important. But before I can go further with that, I would like to introduce our company. Like I said, it's Charter Academy. Our mission as Charter Academy is to facilitate transformation and empowerment in our own chosen sectors through effective solutions, skills development, and lifelong learning. Why is that important? It talks to transformation, and it also gives people access to education so that they can make the best out of their career prospects. Charter is a further education and training college registered in 2006. We are accredited by Services SETA, Bank SETA, Mix SETA, MESITA, and QCTO. We have trained a total of 75,000 individuals on various interventions, which is accredited, which include real estate as well as new venture creation and other courses, as well as unaccredited courses, which include financial literacy and consumer education. That also aligns to the mandate of the Property Practitioners Act. Although our focus is in real estate education, we have harnessed our resources to cater for the entire emerging market. Why are we doing that? It's very difficult, we know, to get a job under this the prevalence economy. So it's important to get skills that can make it possible for you to gain entry into the mainstream employment. So with Mixita courses and Mesita courses, we are able to facilitate such. We are aiming to achieve our mission through collaboration with CETAs, the QCTO, and the PPRA. Charter Academy is a level 1 BE college, meaning that it can save on your training spend as a level 1 company. Daily has touched on the real estate Daily has touched on transformation. Like I said, I can only mention the mandate of the PPRA, which is to regulate, educate, and transform activities of property practitioners in the public interest. Of course, the wording is somehow, but the transformation of the property practitioners entails having them understand the code of ethics that is prevalent in the industry. That is important for them and also can be important to the consumers as well. The standardization of entry-level qualification is also a transformation agenda that PPRA has in control, and that means that skills development is a measurement imperative to enable the transformation of the sector. As per PPRA's 2022 report, 50,000 practitioners were registered with the regulator. However, only 8% of the registered agents emanate from the PDI demographic. That is a very astounding statistic. But however, the PPRA is aiming to rectify that. Okay. The real estate industry in Soweto. I got an opportunity to really home in on the industry in Soweto. And then in terms of my engagement with the various individuals over there, as well as my own observations. What I picked up there is that many practitioners do not have mandatory education. That in itself impedes their development as individuals. Also, it impacts their mobility. They're not able to move from one company to the other because they are restricted by lack of qualifications. The infiltration of big brands in the area hinders the growth and autonomy of black-owned agencies. However, these big brands have added value to the sector in the township. Also, the issue of education comes into play here. If you do not have the requisite qualifications, you are not able to move from where you are to the big brands because there they will need you to be qualified. So it's important for one to have qualifications, not only for mobility, but only to be compliant in what you are doing. 4 million houses beneficiated by the government are underscored and under-leveraged. That means people have been provided with homes, but they don't know how to create value out of those homes. Even if they do not create value that is sustainable. So it's important to understand how they can actually add value to their properties. Some RDPs some people apply for RDPs, they get RDPs, they don't know what to do with them because they don't have the wherewithal to improve the properties. Homeowners, current homeowners in the mainstream home industry in Soweto undermine the value of their properties as an asset because they don't have understanding of home ownership education, neither do they understand financing process. Those are the major problems that inhibit the growth and development of the real estate sector in Soweto. The challenges faced by real estate agents due to lack of educational qualifications. Often they wouldn't understand the legal requirements pertinent to the legal fraternity, as it were. Laws governing the real estate sector are dynamic, they change all the time, they need to keep up to date with that, and without the basic qualifications, you won't know where to start in order to keep yourself updated in that regard. Lack of education limits development as an estate agent because you don't know much about what's happening out in the market. You don't know how to negotiate pricing, you don't know how to the property values, how to work around that. It's a bit of a challenge for unqualified agents. Credibility issues, clients would never want to be helped by somebody who doesn't have the requisite education. Imagine being told that you're going to be operated by a doctor who has never gone to school. Would you accept that? No, I doubt if you will. But that is what is happening. I mean, the PPRA is there to remedy that practice, not only for the sector, but for everybody, including consumers. If you are not qualified, you are going to be perpetually exploited by unscrupulous principals. They will pay you substandard commissions because you don't have anywhere to complain. You can't complain to the PPR, neither can you complain anyway. Meaning then that you don't have any choice but to do what you are to stand the exploitation. And also lack of education means potential expulsion from the trade, meaning that you're gonna increase the ranks of the unemployed. Affordability of education due to remuneration structure prevailing in the real estate sector is also another factor that challenges property practitioners. Fraudulent transactions, including money laundering, will continue unabated because the property practitioners will not be able to identify potential money laundering fraudulent transactions, because that aligns today to money laundering, which is one of the unit standards in the education towards attaining full status as an agent. The benefits of having qualified practitioners: enhance professionalism, thereby improving the pool of intellectual property and inclusivity amongst the PDI. When we have a pool of professionally qualified property practitioners, us as consumers will deal with them in confidence, knowing that they will do what we expect them to do. This is not a general statement. I know there are some property practitioners who know what they're doing. Aiding the transformation imperative of the real estate sector is one of the benefits of qualified practitioners. If we have qualified practitioners, then the real estate sector will transform. We also, by being educated, we also mitigate the potential expulsion for non-compliance, thus leading to sustainable employment. So if you have a qualification, you are sure to be sustainably employed, or there's a potential to open your own, to run your own business. And then the consumers, because of the fact that people are qualified, will be protected from unscrupulous agents. And then the fact that they are educated can also impede principals from exploiting them. Not all principals do that. Some do that, I know. And then increased client trust and confidence can also boost the development of business of real estate agents as well as their businesses. So it's important to get a qualification that is relevant to the sector. Okay. Educational standards in the sector. What educational standards do we have in the real estate sector? Currently, we have an FETC Real Estate Level 4, which is an entry-level qualification. Okay, although it's expiring by the 30th of June, it's still applicable for now, and people that register before the 30th of June can go on and then graduate within the next, up to 2027. That's the timeline they can graduate with. This qualification can be obtained through RPL or as a full qualification. How do you go about applying for this, obtaining this qualification? Firstly, you have to apply for an internship position. An internship position is a thing, an arrangement where you go into the field without any knowledge of what's happening. So they will inculcate all the experience for you, and once they do that, then you start applying, registering for full qualifications and registering with the PPRA in the process as well. A logbook, that's the next step after registering with the PPRA and obtaining an FFC, you must complete a logbook. However, from the 1st of July 2024, the logbook will no longer be applicable. NQF level 4, you do it, the full qualification is done for a period of 12 months, or it can be done through RPL, which runs for about 6 months. Then after that, you get certified by the services SITA, and then you write PDE exams, which are regulated by the PPRA. The principal qualification, the basic requirement is that one has to complete an NQF level 4, have a minimum of 2 years experience in a managerial capacity, that is when you want to be RPL'd on the course, and then you must register for an NQF 5 with an accredited institution. The qualification can be RPL'd over 6 months. The full qualification is done on a 12-month basis. You then write a professional designation exams with the PPRA, and then you go through the mentorship program at an accredited workplace as per the new rules. The new dispensation effective from the 1st of July. I did mention that the NQF level 4 is now gonna be phased out. Now we're gonna have the new qualification, which is called Occupational Certificate Real Estate Agent level 4. It's got 150 credits, and the audience is new entrants and people that have been in the industry for longer than 1 year, 8 months. The total credits for the course is 150. Instead of unit standards, it consists of knowledge and practical modules, which each has 38 and 37 credits respectively. That can be done over 6 months. Then after that, you then go and do a workplace modules to be covered over 6 months under the tutelage of a qualified mentor. That is worth about 75 credits. Assessments, it's a module assessment, unlike a unit standard assessment, and thereafter, the learner will write an EISA, which is an exam, like we normally know exams, where there is an invigilator, and then you write the question papers. And this is done at an accredited examination center. Fortunately, there won't be any logbook in this new dispensation. And then for you to qualify to do this qualification, actually people that have that have been in the field for more than 18 months can proceed straight to the workplace modules without doing the knowledge and practical modules. But however, that is subject to conclusion by the PPRA because they're still investigating the criteria as to who doesn't have to do the knowledge and practical modules. Okay, with regards to the occupational certificate principalship level 5, there hasn't been any development in that regard. CPD training and process. This is one of the other training requirements within the real estate sector, over and above the accredited qualifications. CPD training is meant to ensure that agents are kept abreast of developments in the sector. And this training is also meant to enhance agents' personal development in this dynamic environment. Every registered agent is obliged to obtain 4 CPD points per calendar year over a 3-year cycle. Each CPD course will earn the agent a minimum of 1 point. And as of, there has been changes in respect of how one registers for these CPD courses. The current dispensation is that you have an option of using the PPRA or using a private SDP. When using a PPRA, then you pay 1.5, and then you'll then be trained through the cycle on the CPD points that you're supposed to attain. And then the other alternative is that you pay 500 to the PPA, and then you choose your own SDP, private skills development provider, who can ask where you will be paying their asking price in terms of achieving the various courses. Reference to verifiable and non-verifiable points is no longer applicable, effective from the 1st of July, or maybe it still is the case now, I'm not sure, but it will not be applicable going forward. Okay. And then I ran through the thing quickly. Yeah, time is not of the essence. So in conclusion, it's important for one to achieve educational requirements outlined by the PPRA for their own purposes and to help in expediting transformation. Because without education, the sector won't be transformed and new people won't be developed at the same time. Not only will education benefit the agents, it will also benefit the consumers, because they will deal with you confidently knowing that you know what you're talking about and you are quite conversant in whatever in your sales functions. Trust from consumers will open business opportunities, meaning that as a practitioner, you'll grow bigger than what you are currently. Not that you're not that big, but just a figure of speech. Educated agents will be easily absorbed by major real estate brands. That means it will promote mobility to other employment opportunities. Okay, and then that's the end of my presentation. And then if you feel that you need any assistance, you can contact us at 486-1124. Thank you. That was quick.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mtimande.
Hey, Tara.
Yeah, sasompumzeni nyembela. Mtimande, you obviously you work hand in glove with PPRA. There was that communication that came up on the 2nd of May.
Yes.
Umpumitaki actually prophesied about that communication. It came out, Chief. I just want to understand something, clarity on that communication.
Yeah.
Because what happened when we knew about this new dispensation that is going to start on the 1st of July?
Yes.
We started seeing a lot. I'm sure PPRA Imangeli saw a lot of application, abantu bafuna ama FFC certificates and all that.
Yeah.
Now you hear e-logbook is no longer going to be part anymore.
Yes.
Me, I want to understand. Someone has not finished 12 months. Is busy with e-logbook. Maybe it's already 6 months since actually FFC certificate. What is going to happen? Is that person supposed to finish logbook and submit it? Is it going to be marked? Or he must now forget, automatically it's going to fall on the new dispensation? That's the clarity that I need.
Okay. The rule is from the 1st of July, no logbook. So regardless whether you're supposed to submit, you haven't submitted, you're going to submit. That's the ruling. Does that answer your question? So I'm saying the rule says from the 1st of July, there won't be a need for a logbook to be compiled. So what it means is that if you are supposed to compile one from the 1st onwards, or have compiled one, haven't submitted as yet, or you're still busy with, from the 1st of July, it will fall away. But also, you must you must take into account the fact that because you registered before the new dispensation, before the 1st of March, what is applicable before then will still be applicable. But the logbook is going to fall away. Are you with me?
There's this part that I need assistance on.
Yeah.
Like maybe I didn't finish my question. There's the part that you are still within the 12 months. If you submit, let's say you've already spent 6 months with the company, you're still left with 6 months to finish your 12 months internship.
Yeah.
You finish your logbook, you submit it. It's not going to be marked.
You have submitted.
Yeah, you submit it maybe on the 7th month.
Yeah.
You're rushing the.
So you're submitting in July?
Yeah, you submit maybe in June, before July.
Before July, yes.
Dealt with. Are you going to be?
No, it's going to be marked because you submitted before the 1st of July.
12 months internship, because they say, there's no way within, like you got FFC, other guys now are chasing, they're even buying logbook. That's the fact that's happening. They're buying logbooks, they've got 3 months already with their FFC certificate. How is it managed that knowledge gaining, the practicality? Because the logbook is supposed to work as a part of showing that you've done this work.
Yes.
If it was meant to be 12 months, is it really possible that within 3 months, someone suddenly has got this knowledge?
No.
Chabo, can I come in maybe to assist?
Oh, okay.
Okay. According to Umfundo, the education sector, is that anyone who's coming into the sector from the 1st of July will no longer do a logbook. It's no longer applicable. Anyone who has been in the industry before the 1st of July, they still have the 2 years to complete the logbook and the NQF level 4 and the PDE 4 as it was prior to the requirement. That hasn't changed. What is going to change now with the people coming in from the 1st of July is that they will no longer do logbook, but in return they are placing another practical skills that those people will be doing. So it's not like logbook falls away. It's something. There's something coming in to replace the logbook. That's going to be done. So that's the understanding. You submit as long as your FFC is before the 1st of July. You are due to do your logbook and submit it.
Okay.
Anything after the 1st of July, the logbook won't be there.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that clear now?
Can I just provide clarity? So what the PPRA is saying, as from the 1st of July, no logbook. Even if you are currently registered now, you are busy with your logbook, you must complete it and submit it before the 1st of July. After the 1st of July, we are going to replace the logbook with some sort of assessment. So you won't submit the logbook. If you are busy with it and you haven't finished it by the 1st of July, you can't submit it after the 1st of July. But however, we are still going to assess you. There is something that we are putting in place that will be signed by your principal to ensure that you have received the practical and theoretical training that was supposed to be implemented in the logbook. So first, no logbook. Even if you are busy with it now, if you don't finish it on the 1st, you can't submit it. However, you are still, if you are in the old dispensation, you are still going to be required to complete your 12 months. What is falling away is the logbook, even for those that are currently
already in the old dispensation.
Challenge lapho ngesifdeni because now people are currently busy with their logbook.
Yes.
And this communication came on the 2nd of May. Now the part is that thing, if una print on my paper, is cost involved.
Yeah.
Now someone is sitting with a situation. Do I carry on with this cost when I know what on the 1st of July, when I can submit, it's fine, it's going to go through. Or if I leave it, I wait for that particular drafting that
Assessment,
is done,
yeah.
assessment. So now, where should one stand? Should you forget what, let me not invest anymore and wait for the new thing that's going to come and assist me because I was still within my 12-month period? That's the part that's in it.
I think that I'll also ask my colleague Mamiki from Education to help me. I think you need to make the decision whether you want to continue with the logbook or not. But if you don't throw away your logbook, remember when the assessment comes, some of the things that they will assess you will just look at your logbook. The only thing is you're not going to submit this whole booklet that we used to submit before. So it will still be useful if you have started it so that when they do the assessment, your principal can go back and then complete the document that PPRA is asking you to complete. So 1st of July, no logbook. If you are busy with it, submit. If you don't submit by the 1st, whether you're all in the old dispensation, you will never get an opportunity to submit. So the choice to continue and not continue is yours, but I would say continue and quickly submit before 1st of July. Mamiki, do you want to?
Mamaki, maybe before you come in, Delhi, the way I understood it is that there is a due date for the logbook based on when you registered. So if the due date is before the 1st of July, you have to submit. And then if the due date falls after the 1st of July, then what will apply to you will be what will be introduced as per the new assessment. So that's how I understood it. So the due date, the 31st of May, the 30th of June, if you have to submit before then the current format will apply to you. And then from the 1st of July, then what will kick in is what they will be introducing. That's how I understood it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You understood it correctly, but I would suggest that you wait until the 1st of July for you to submit a letter. So there will be a template on the portal for you to be able to just download that template, give it to your principal. The principal will just complete and submit to PPRA. So I didn't get that? The letter is a template stating that so-and-so intern has completed the 12-month internship under my supervision. So you'll have to enter his ID number, full and name and surname, and you have to sign as a principal. What assessment?
The letter, yeah.
Okay, so when you submit that letter to us, we are going to go back to our system. So we'll actually see that when you registered on the system, it will show your start date and your end date. Then we'll be able to update the system according to what we are seeing on the system. We won't just take the letter and update. So if the letter is not updated, the completion of the logbook is not updated, you won't be able to write the exam.
Just a question, Mami. If you haven't submitted the logbook and you don't do the practical and the practical skills that they said it's required for the new entrants, and you get a letter, you do a letter, does then say you are not supposed to do now the practical skills that is done by the principal or the mentor, or just because you've submitted a letter to say you've done the 12 months and you didn't do the logbook, you are automatically exempted, you must continue with the NQF level 4. Can we have a class?
Okay, NQF level 4 has got nothing to do with the letter. The letter is an internship to show that you have completed that internship under a mentorship. And then an NQF level 4, it's completely different. So you need to do your NQF level 4 before you write the exam.
The question was between the practical assessment and the logbook. That's the clarity we want. Leave out NQF level 4. To say, if I've got an agent that has been around for 12 months, and after the 1st of July, then I write a letter and I submit, does that make that agent automatically qualify not to do the logbook or not to do the practical assessment? Yes, that's what.
They're still required to do a qualification. So a logbook is not a qualification. A letter, it's an internship. You are still required to go through that practical training before you write your PDE exam for you to qualify to be a full status agent.
Okay. Mr. Ngwenya.
Yes, sir.
Ke ntatele kgodi gape mo e ke a botsa today. Yeah. One presentation ya how about Charter Academy. Haina the fees. The amounts. It's a different qualifications, your NQF 4, your NQF 5 for patala bokai.
Yeah.
2, when you spoke about the CDP CPD points, you mentioned Khorko PPRA we pay 1,005. And then if we want to do it with you, your academy, we pay 500 rand to the PPRA, but to you it's blank. Okay. So we still don't know how much we're going to pay to you. And then the last one will be this doing NQF 5. It goes back to my earlier question when to Daly and the advocate about this transformation, that you guys emphasize transformation. Yes, we agree. But we are previously disadvantaged. We don't have black principals, a lot of them, let me say. We've got very few, like in Soweto you get snooks, properties.
Yeah.
But your requirements always say you must have a practical managerial position, have held managerial position. Where do I hold that position?
Okay.
I want to study, I'm studying, it's a NQF4, ke pass, ke PDE4, ke pass it. Ke batla ho etsa NQF5, so that get over principal. Le requirement, ke managerial position 2 years.
Okay.
And you still get, I did ask this question earlier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Because I did ask, why don't the PPRA allow us, after passing the PDE4, to register our companies? They still do it with white people.
Okay.
I've got a white lady in my office, repassed draw last year June, PDE4. Who says another company, NQF5.
Okay.
Why Rona, but why about transformer? It disadvantage Ron.
Okay. Mamiki, okay, I also want to answer some of those questions.
Okay, Ntatele Khodi, so with regards to you becoming a principal, the requirements are you have to have NQF level 4, you need to have completed your 12-month internship, written and passed your PDE4, right? Fine. Then you need NQF level 5 for you to be able to register your company. Then write PDE5. So you're not required to be a manager before you become a principal.
No.
Okay, I'm talking for PPRA.
Yeah. So what I was trying to explain, what I was trying to explain is that there are two elements to the education, right? There's PPRA, there's services SETA. Services SETA deals with your academic requirements. And then the PPRA deals with your regulatory compliance requirements. So in that respect, each entity has got their own requirements, which you have to satisfy. So with regards to NQF level 4 to 5, you can do that with services SETA, NQF level 4 and 5, it's okay. But when you come to the PPRA side, you still need to do the PDE 4 and PDE 5. Is that clear?
Hi, my name is Pure and I'm from Kruger Attorneys. By profession, I'm an attorney and a conveyancer, but I deal a lot with property practitioners, right? My concern is that these questions that are emanating here come up a lot. There is no, if I go on your website, there is no roadmap for a person who is entering the field, which is very problematic because simply put, if a person doesn't understand what NQF4 is and PDE is, they will come to me. I will gladly explain it to them, but you are now, what you are doing to property practitioners is making them reliant on people who are not in their profession. They need to take the profession back. I'm an attorney. I know what the Legal Practice Council requires of me. The same must be expected of property practitioners. And it is not fair to just say people must do CPD because clearly it is not sufficient. There needs to be a simpler way to make people understand what is required of them because there are people who are already qualified, who are predominantly white, who do not have to face the struggle that these people are facing today. It's a hurdle. They do not sleep at night. They end up buying logbooks, which is unethical, right? It is a hurdle that it is not clear what is required of them, and so I am requesting that there should be, even if you make it pictures, do a roadmap to becoming a property practitioner.
Okay, sorry, Meneer. With regards to pricing then, I was not really presenting Charter Academy in terms of how we do things. I was talking about the real estate sector and education. So if you want us to help you to acquire the qualifications, yes, you can call us from this number. It would be unethical to promote our company under these circumstances. But I've given you information. If you are really interested, you can call us and then we'll be able to assist you. Okay.
Hello, my name is Lamarisa Chalimshwan. I'm from a construction company. We deal with forensic for collapsing buildings and whatsoever. But I think that PPRA and Charter Academy, they are not aligned in terms of the property development sector. However, you want to give these people, old people the NQF level 4 and 5, why don't you give them management skills on how to manage the properties in the property development space? Because now you're taking back to them to school. Like you're not transforming them. You are putting them down. You're taking them back to apartheid. For them to achieve certain things, you need to take a 45-year-old, 55-year-old. All people who are here, they are not young. They are old, 75 sitting next to me. You must give them management skills. However, that's why SMMEs within the build and the property development, they can't sustain themselves over 5 years. It's because of the education that you give them. It's not useful, it's useless. In a nutshell, give them management skills. How to manage finance, how to assess a property, who to go to assess the property, how to deal with the city of Johannesburg, how to be part of the councils, how to enrich themselves. But you want to take them on a logbook system. A logbook system, I did it when I was in tertiary, 2005. That's useless. It's no longer compliant now. You want to take them on another level of online system, because when you remove a booklet, you're going to put them on an online system, of which is good, but give them a management skill. Take out this SITA thing, because this thing is taking too long, it's dragging. But you see, the economy is collapsing on its own. These people, they can't hire. They have to go to have a principal, then they become a principal. After becoming a principal, there's a long way journey to go for them to sustain themselves and to hire people to be in that space. They are not hiring anyone. Some of them here, they've been 10 years into the industry. He still works alone. So how many property developers do we have in Soweto? We don't have. We have your snooks. But when you go to suburbs, it's SIF and whatsoever. And your academy, when I see it on the site, your collaboration doesn't have a black company. It has SIF, it have whatever bank, DPSA, whatever banks you have there. Where are these guys there in your collaboration? in your testimonials, but you want them to pay you at the end of the day, but you don't give them quality education. Give them management skills. Don't give them education. They're already educated. You can't give an old person an educational skills. Give them management skills, how to manage to be part of the industry. Even the PPRA, it's a government entity because it's an organization at the end of the day. That's why things are slow. And you find these white companies in the property development, they are far much better than you guys. Look out the Eastern Cape, the Cape Town thing. There's developments that I work with in Cape Town. They are 10 times ahead of you here in Johannesburg. Whereas it's the largest city in Africa which has money, but you can't develop your own. You tell them about this NQF for level 4. When they ask you questions, you can't articulate to the questions. 5 people have to stand up and answer one question, which means this thing is neither not there. Why are you offering this thing? Why in the first place were you doing this workshop? To come and waste people's time. From 9 o'clock until 3 o'clock. Give them management skills, empower them, let them go and work and hire people.
Yeah, no. Thank you so much, Babane, for your contribution. However, I think it lacks some truth somehow, because you don't really know what Charter Academy does out there. And then there is a thing, proof amongst these people that are in here, that we have actually trained them, supported them through and through, and until they obtained their NQF level 4 and 5 qualifications. So you're not sure about that statistic. The second thing is that we have a program that is called RBL. RBL is like your mini MBA. That is untransformative in that it's too expensive for some people to actually acquire that, you know. So that program it will train you on management skills. You will understand what to manage, when to manage, it's actually telling you on how to manage your business. So I didn't have to talk about it now, but like I said, if you need more information, you can call us at 486-1124 and we can assist you further.
Hi, Tabo. I'm sorry that you have been attacked. It's Busi here. I think more of the questions are not really directed to you as Charter, but more to the PPRA Education Department. So, please don't feel as if we are attacking you. It's all about PPRA. That's number one. Number two, I think the roadmap was clear for PPRA as from entrance into the industry up to NQF level, up to PDE 5. But now with the changes that you are putting in place, one, which was my query even when we were sitting in the webinar with the education sector, putting this changes in place, is that we're struggling as a black industries to get people qualified and to get people in the level of what they need where they need to be as principals. And now you make changes. You put changes, you don't clarify them to the industry. Most of the agencies don't even know what's going on from the 1st of July. 90% of the people that were in that webinar, they were white. Blacks that were there were less than 80 out of 553 people that attended that webinar. Now you are sitting and telling us what needs to happen or what's going to happen from the 1st of July. We don't have a clue. We are all lost. You can see Thabo is saying this, I'm saying that, somebody's saying that. We are not even sure as to what is going to happen from the 1st of July. We are principals, we are running companies. We can't even give our agents direction because we don't have a clue. I know Monday there is another webinar from the education sector that tells the mentors and the principal how to handle this. But already the 1st of June is here. The 1st of July is here. We haven't prepared the industry to be ready for all the changes that are coming. And yet you are saying the 1st of July you are implementing. Whether we like it or not, we go with the flow. And you will kick us out if we don't. I don't think it's fair. Especially to the black sector. The whites are ready, are prepared, and I can tell you because I was even there, and we had so many questions that were asked. And again, the 1st of July is too close to make such changes when the industry is not ready. We've asked, and I've emailed Mfundo to say, guys, change the date. You are giving us too close dates to make the changes, and yet the industry hasn't been informed. One of the reasons I thought you were here for was to tell us, to say these are the changes, this is how it's going to happen. It's not mentioned. So I'm not saying your purpose for coming here was not done or met, but I'm saying our expectation amongst the other things were not met, because there's a big changes that's coming. People are running around buying logbooks, submitting, not submitting, we don't know what is going on, and yet this was the day where we were supposed to be getting the information, thorough, ask questions, get clarity and understand, because the education sector is important, because people are going to be deregistered if they don't comply. I think what you have done, maybe you should find another way of communicating to all registered estate agents of the processes of what's going to be done, when and how to handle this, because at this point in time, you are serving an industry that is lost. You are running and we are not following you. So I think, you know, Delhi, education department and somebody else, do something, because what you are doing, you are killing the industry.
Can I take that? Okay, firstly, I just want to clarify that no one is going to be disqualified. There is no way in our communications that we have actually communicated that to the industry. No one is going to be disqualified. So come the 1st of July, Mr. Dagi, which is Mfundo Dagi, our executive, is going to go on a workshop, the property practitioners, on what to come, what they need what they're going to expect. I mean, what we are going to expect from them in terms of submissions and intents and people who are coming in the first time in the industry. So to answer again the lady that said the roadmap is not clear, the roadmap is on the portal. The roadmap is on the portal, and it's up to an individual to log in the portal and go through that roadmap, or they can call our call center. It is there. So we are there to assist. If you don't understand how to become a property practitioner, you are more than welcome to walk in, or to call in, or to go onto our website.
I think maybe just for us as the PPRA is to say, we understand your frustrations. And for any misunderstanding that you are getting from ourselves, maybe as for me and my team, we would like to apologize. But we thought when we had the webinar that we had explained that the only thing that is going to be affected is just the logbook in terms of the 1st of July. Then there's a new dispensation of, as explained by, where you don't have to go for the 12 months, it's only the 6 months. And then further, we are not going to disqualify. But if there is continuing miscommunication and not understanding, which we get from you, we apologize. We'll go back and we'll speak to the executive to say, the industry says they are still not getting what needs to happen come the 1st of July. And then we'll have another one. The fact that we had white people on the webinar. Remember, anyone can join the webinar. It's not restrictive. So if you say we only had white people, because people didn't join. I mean, we advertise it, we send the link to everyone and you join. So it's not discriminatory on our part to say only whites join. But remember, if you want to get the knowledge, you will follow the link. So for me and my team, if what we came here to do did not satisfy you and we hear your query, we'll go back as a team and we'll tell Mfundo that the industry still needs to understand the new education dispensation and we'll come back. But apologies again. if the industry still does not understand. That is not what we are trying to do. We're not trying to confuse the industry. We want to take the industry along. As we introduce new educational requirements, we cannot introduce new educational requirements for the PPRA. We are introducing them from the industry, and therefore we must take you along. I do apologize.
Can I take last two from you?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a suggestion. With the webinar, I know that they do expire after some time. Can you perhaps put them onto the education folder, onto the portal, onto the website, including the presentation, so that they are there and we can just access them at any particular point, even in the future, including the slides that are there, because you do share them, but after maybe if I sleep and miss it for a week and it expires, then I don't have any reference material afterwards.
Okay, I think that question is for me because I'm the one who does the webinar. So if you go to our YouTube, PPRA TV, we posted them, all the webinars from 16 April, 23 April, 30 April. So they don't expire on YouTube. You can still find them there. Yes, the slides, I emailed them. I don't know if there's other people here who attended our webinars before. I would email them the slides. And if it's on a link, it's because of maybe there's a recorder and the size is too big. But I can email you. Just send me an email. Ne? Yeah. Is there another question? And I think also for OC for education, we do have other dates for webinar, 13 June, 18 June. And because renewal is coming on the 1st of July, we're going to do renewal webinar where we're taking you through how to renew. If you are blocked, if you have penalties, it's going to be on the 6th of June.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josephine. I would like to find out as to, because we know that logbook is our beginner. This is where we started. Now I would like to find out about the people that are busy with logbook. As to remember, it has got a due date. So on that due date, if your logbook is due in September and you have done it, finished, do we have to submit it now before the 1st of July? Okay, thank you.
I think Delia unpacked that so
Sorry.
eloquently. I wonder if you want to repeat the same, Delia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My reason to us to talk here is to motivate us blacks, if I may put it that way. It has never been easy. It's not, it depends on what you want as a person. Are you passionate about this? When I started, I got mine in 2006. It wasn't easy. We're talking about whites. Then it was Western, where we are now. You know, I had to do my PD 4 times because I wanted it. Not us, but I wanted to be a principal. I hear you saying, where's the blacks fee? We are here because we wanted it to be here. So I'm motivating you. I'm old. I wish, especially the young ones, I wish you must have a zeal or a passion. This is all about the passion to be here in this industry. PPRA is opened every day. And when you go there, you don't see us going there to get the information. We only see the white people going in and out. I go there almost every month at my age. Sometimes I always say, I wish I could wake up and they say, I'm 30 years. you know, for me to be this age, because it's only now that I discover a lot of things that are the opportunities that are there. It depends on what you want. Really, I'm here to motivate you, that you go there alone. Don't want a friend or to hear. Sorry, I've got flu, but I guess you can hear me. Yeah, so for my age, I still want to. The other thing is, everything is hidden in the book. Fortunately, I love reading. I love exams. If I may tell one of you guys, I'm an auctioneer as we speak. I did a course of being an auctioneer. That is because I wanted. I did not have anyone next to me wanted to do it. So I'm motivating you guys. You young, don't complain. Get there, go out there, go to PPRA. Don't say we blacks. Then there's no discrimination. What you want is what you get.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think what Mami is saying, she's actually right, because if you remember, under the Estate Agency Affairs Board, we never used to have a section in the legislation for workshops or education. So now in PPA, if you check under Section 69, we are required to educate property practitioners and consumers. And me, as stakeholder for PPRA, I've only been here for 10 months. And I've done vendor, we've went to KZN, we're here. So I know, obviously, we cannot please everyone, you know, but we are taking your concerns very seriously, and we go back to the CEO, we go back to the executives, we come up with a new strategy if we have to. The last time you were in Sandton, right? You mentioned Soweto, and we are in Soweto because we listen, you know, because we want to do what so that we can empower property practitioners. But I think also, because like you are saying, you're going to retire soon, we need to transfer the skills to the young blacks, you know, because also the white people are doing that. They're taking on, you know, their nephews and they're training them the business. So I think if we can do that as well. We are also trying to reach out to high schools, because we need to go now deeper as they, you know, from a young age, so that they can choose real estate as a career of choice. But it's a mountain to climb, but I think let's work together. Let's not attack each other. Tell me, Naledi, I'm not happy, 1, 2, 3, let's have a meeting, tell me your concerns, and let's see how we can address them, you know? Because you have my...
All right. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, guys. I'm sorry to waste your time. Here is actually, I'm Petros Mufukeng from Property Saving Business. I wish to add on the last speakers that just spoken now. It is very sad for us when we are depriving ourselves the right to go forward. The reason is, yes, we are disadvantaged community, and then we have to make it best that we stand up ourselves to move forward. That is the point whereby, if I may say to the whole everyone that is in this house, we as property saving business, since this year, we have been initiating workshops with the communities. I think on the 16th of March, we were at Naledi Hall, preaching to the people, explaining to them how does real estate work, and then motivating them to join the industry so that we can try and work together on this in this industry, because this industry was mostly for the whites. But now, since we blacks, we are now in the industry, we have to put up our socks, and then we have to dig up the information. The only thing that I'm only requesting is the PPRA to go and listen to the views of the people and correct whatever that's supposed to be corrected. But what I'm saying is, let us also do our searches so that we can go forward with the industry. Thank you.
Just to add to what you've just said, PPRA can do whatever, can provide any form of transformation. If you guys do not participate in the transformation, then it won't happen to you, basically. So you have to take action as well. We understand we can't keep referring to the old dispensation all the time. We must now try to think from about the way forward from where we are now. There are so many things that are happening that are positive for everybody. Let's take those things, embrace them, and run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Ngwenya. I'm sure you are exhausted, or you still have more questions. Rather you say it than me. Thank you, Mr. Ngwenya. Okay, before you go 2 minutes, I have an announcement to make. It's going to be made by Adrian. Adrian, quickly, can you come for 1 minute? We quickly make an announcement before we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to be very quick because I know you're starving and it's been a long morning. I'm from Robosa, Real Estate Business Owners of South Africa, and one of our transformation pillars is addressing the skills gap between being a property practitioner and becoming a business owner. And as a result, we've got a course which we've developed with Charter Academy called the Robosa Business Leader, RBL. In fact, one of our learners from last year is in this room. And it is an entrepreneurial skills development program. We offer 25 bursaries every year. The cost to run the course is 28,000. It's absolutely free to whoever meets the criteria and applies on our website. So if you're looking to bridge the gap between being a property practitioner and then becoming a business owner and having your own business, we talk to all those models that one of the property practitioners here today mentioned, like finance, like IT, marketing, etc., etc. So it's 5 months of theoretical, 3 months mentorship, where our members and our directors will help mentor, transfer skills, etc. So I would really love, we're opening a new window for bursaries at the end of May. Check our website out, robosa.co.za, and we'd love to get your applications, and we'd love to have you on that course if you're looking for a program or a bursary that can take you from being a property practitioner to a business owner. So thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much. I know your program, Happy was one of them and qualified. Thank you so much. Also to the PPRA, we just want to not end on a very bad note, negative note, as if we are fighting against you. Guys, we appreciate the work that you are doing. We appreciate the fact that you came out here and you spent time, and we know that our concerns are going to be addressed, but we appreciate the work that you are doing. Thank you so much on behalf of the Soweto team. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And also maybe the property practitioners that are trading here illegally, take pictures, send to us. We're going to investigate and take it for adjudication. You can be anonymous. They don't have to know that it's you, so that we can also send a strong message. Because remember, you register, you pay money, and you're using this because this industry is commission-based. So if somebody's trading out there illegally, taking people's lodge a complaint, and then we can charge them. Daily is in the legal department. They will charge them and take them for adjudication and fine them or withdraw FFC. Though the aim is not to punish them, we want to help them eventually to register. But help us, because if you are here, tell us about them so we can go. We'll send our inspections department to go and inspect their offices. So thank you so much for coming today, your time, your questions. We noted everything that you've said. We're going to put this video on YouTube. I don't know the gentleman if he left already. PPRA TV, it's our YouTube handle. So all the webinars, all the videos, you're going to find them on YouTube. We're having more webinars on the 20th of May, mentorship for principals and those full status agents who have 3 years experience. We are also doing it on the 13th of June, 6th June, and 18th of June. And we're going to Northwest on the 11th of June. Then we're going to go to Pretoria on the 27th of June. It will be different speakers because, you know, PPRA, the legislation is broad. There's a lot of departments. So we want to educate on more of them. We will come back again. Soweto is big. We can't do it once and say we are done. We will communicate on email. Call us. You know, the employees at PPRA, they're always having virtual meetings with property practitioners to clarify. Ask for a meeting. Ask for consultation. You know, come to our offices. Call us. WhatsApp, you know, we talk to people on WhatsApp so that we can assist. Thank you so much. If you are driving or traveling, please drive safe, travel safe. We're going to have lunch. If you go, you turn right, whether next to a restaurant, so that we can snack before you go. They are still here on the ground. Please ask them more questions. And thank you. Thank you, speakers.